So I hope they like heating.
Okay, so we have to start right now. So maybe I'm just going to start with a short presentation, and I'm going to open the day. So good morning, everyone. We are continuing with the day 2 of our Clean Energy for People conference. Today we're going to have 3 panels. First, we're going to see the expected changes in European level directives. We're going to speak briefly about the Energy Efficiency Directive, then the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, and then we're going to see the opportunities for scaling up deep energy renovation of residential buildings in Bulgaria. In the first panel, we have 3 speakers. We decided to have the Q&A session after every presentation in the first panel, just to let you know. So if you have any questions, you are free to ask them using the chat in Zoom, or if you're watching on Zazemiata's YouTube channels, you can just type the questions over there. We're going to look at them. As a second panel, we're going to speak starting from 11:20 Bulgarian time and 10:20 Central European time. We're going to speak about the heat pumps and their role for decarbonization of the heating sector. And as a third panel, we are going to see a few programs happening in Bulgaria and around the region. For public funded programs focused on energy efficiency, domestic heating, and renewable energy sources. So we are starting with the first panel, and our first presenter is Morgan Hinley from CE Bankwatch Network. She is heating sector decarbonization campaigner in Bankwatch Network. She joined the organization in 2021. And is based in Prague, Czech Republic. Morgan is originally from Florida, but has lived in Europe since 2010. And her professional experience includes working on EU climate policy, Czech coal phase out, and European politics. Her expertise includes stakeholder outreach, international coordination, and project management. So Morgan, now the floor is yours, and we would like to hear more about the Energy Efficiency Directive and what has been planned over there.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's a really nice and exciting couple of days. So I'm really pleased to be a part of it. I was mentioned before, I work at Bankwatch. I'm focused on heating. Most of that is covering district heating in the Central Eastern European region. So Hungary, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, and the Baltic states, so Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. So one of the parts of my job is covering the Energy Efficiency Directive for Bankwatch, working very closely with CAN. So you'll hear from one of our colleagues in CAN later. And the part of the EED that I've been looking at the most are the provisions on heating and cooling and what its implications are for district heating and also cogeneration plants, so combined heat and power plants. I have a PowerPoint. I will try to share it. If you don't see me changing the slides, someone please say something. Second. Okay, I think it's showing a graphic about how to present, but it's not letting me present. Okay, sorry.
Yes, now we can see the presentation. Maybe if you go to full screen mode, and then we're ready.
Good?
Yes, perfect.
See some power plants? Okay. So yes, there we go. So what is the EED? The EED is one of the many pieces of legislation that are being reviewed right now, also part of the Green New Deal or the Fit for 55 package. So it's a revision of the existing legislation that was done in 2012, and now it's being done to match the ambition of the European Green Deal. So to get to the 2030 target of 55% reduction, which I guess most of you know about. And kind of the basic principle is that energy efficiency first. So all EU energy policy should follow this kind of guiding principle. And within it, it's a really, really big file, and it includes energy consumption and targets, energy poverty and consumers, definition of efficient district heating and cooling, and cogeneration, which is the part that I will discuss today, and then also a bit about building renovations. But I think Eva can speak on that a bit more later. It's also being done at the same time as the Buildings Directive, as well as the Renewable Energy Directive. So there's a lot of interlinkages, which is actually quite tricky because what's being said in one place isn't necessarily being reflected in the other, because sometimes left hand isn't speaking to the right hand. But it's also our goal to make sure that these things are being caught and we can prevent loopholes from being built in one directive that are trying to be fixed in another. So as I said earlier, I will focus a bit about the heating part. So especially the EED and combined heat and power plants, CHPs. So member states need to identify the potential of high efficiency cogeneration and efficient district heating in compulsory and comprehensive heating and cooling assessments. This is the part of the proposal from the Commission that's currently being debated in the Parliament and by the Council. And so this is, the next bit is kind of where the crucial numbers lie in terms of what the directive could look like and what that means for heating and cooling. Efficient district heating and cooling means a district heating or cooling system using at least 50% renewable energy, 50% waste heat, 75% co-generated heat, or 50% of a combination of such energy and heat. It's a lot of words, maybe not so clear, but basically it's trying to promote that it's either from renewable energy, so solar thermal, geothermal, biomass, things like that, or waste heat. So either taking, the excess heat from a data center or wastewater treatment facility and channeling that into the system, or co-generated heat. So that's the heat that comes from CHP. So when they're producing electricity, capturing the heat that's made in that process. And so also in Annex 2, you have the high efficiency cogeneration explained. With right now, the proposal is no CHPs after 2035. So CHPs, it's kind of a tricky concept, because in one way it's great that you're using the heat that's being produced anyways for electricity, but there are a big fear about continuing with CHPs is most of them are powered by fossil fuels. Very few, or if maybe none, almost, apart from I've heard of one geothermal CHP, are produced on renewable energy. So the idea is that we want to avoid a lock-in where we would be continuing to run fossil fuel-based electricity plants just because we need the heat. So in general, the threats of the EED and its current revision is, as the negotiations go on, the usual procedure happens, and that the targets get watered down from what the Commission proposed. So that includes energy efficiency first principle. Less public buildings are being covered. There's different things that it's all being debated right now, currently in both the European Parliament and the Council. And so we're seeing also right now, and specifically with the CHPs, the current state of negotiations are allowing for gas and new refurbished district heating and cooling and CHPs until 2035. So there's not any provisions to block a gas plant from being built. So then we could, have this lock-in effect where we have these gas-based CHPs going on after 2035. Also, there's no emissions thresholds for existing CHPs, just new or refurbished. So that's a huge loophole because there's plenty of CHPs in operation, I believe over 100 in Europe. And yeah, renewable and waste heat are treated interchangeably. So this is quite problematic because we don't know, because it's waste heat, in theory it's good, but if the waste heat is being produced by fossil fuels and we continue to use it because it's also, providing heat, then it's really hard to get out of this fossil fuel powered system. So ideally we would move to a system that would have just primarily renewable based heat, and the waste heat would be also being come from renewable electricity. And yeah, to do that, we would need some provisions that ensure that the waste heat is coming from renewables, which right now doesn't exist. So this is actually a huge loophole that really can put us in a very dangerous lock-in of continuing to use fossil fuel-based CHPs. And depending on what country you're in, this has huge implications. In Poland, in Czech Republic, in Germany, there's many, many CHPs. And they're the big part of the district heating systems as well. So without them being forced to kind of rethink and move to renewables, we could have a really hard time actually decarbonizing the heat sector. So there are some opportunities within the EED. If we were able to introduce a fossil fuels phase-out requirement, and so not a switch from coal to gas, which is currently the threat at the moment, although the current situation with gas prices is really throwing that logic of moving to gas as a transition fuel into question. And we can, use this as an opportunity to really promote higher shares of renewables and efficient district heating. But also one thing that we would like to avoid is that it just means a massive conversion to biomass, where an unsustainable biomass, because if we are using biomass across the continent, there's only so many trees, and there's only so much that we can sustainably actually commit to using. So one of the keys, is to be able to get in this no CHPs by 2035 and 100% renewables by 2040. Then reference to emissions level of 100 grams per CO2 kilowatt hour for all fuels of high efficiency cogeneration. Also, if we can remove provisions which allow increased use of fossil gas. And one of the big things that we're pushing for is to include regional and local heat planning for municipalities higher than 50,000 people. So heat planning is one of the big things that we're promoting as an opportunity to, really help the market, the local market, and the national, regulation bodies, et cetera, to really adapt to what the future of heat will look like. And as most heat is municipal or regional competence, it should probably be done from the bottom up. So national governments encouraging and giving the tools to local municipalities to plan how to either phase out fossil fuel-based heat and then also incorporate new renewables and also lower heat demand, which is a big element, but I think Eva can explain a bit more about that. So as we all know, there's this new thing called Repower EU, which in theory should raise ambition across the board to, for all of the Fit for 55 and Green New Deal provisions. And several member states expressed some concern that, the ambition of Repower isn't going to be or isn't reflected in the ongoing EED negotiations. Yeah, I've listed the countries here. There's also some concerns about the Czech presidency taking over the council. As someone who's based in Prague and worked on Czech energy policy for the past 4 years, I understand the concerns. Czechs are still a very coal-based country, so it's reasonable to assume that their ambitions will not be as high as perhaps some other member states, to put it nicely. And yeah, there are new elements of repower that can come through during the trialogues, which are ongoing, so we can see. But so far, we haven't seen a huge raise in ambition in the EED from where it was before repower, before the war in Ukraine started, which is quite disappointing, considering that many of the countries that, you know, probably need to wean off of Russian fossil fuels the most can be the ones who are continuing to water down the provisions. So yeah, you can see here, Denmark, Germany, and Spain welcome heightened ambitions in the context of high prices and security of supply and danger following the crisis, following the war in Ukraine. But then you have some other countries who see how the ambition can't be raised anymore. Also, many countries, as you probably know, are turning their coal-based power back on as a result of less gas supply and the high prices. So this is also something ideally it's a short-term measure, but it's probably not going to be covered within the EED, but it's a reality. So as I guess it's reasonable to see that the member states would feel a bit hypocritical to really raise the ambition while they're simultaneously turning on coal power plants. So here's a timeline. Itra, which is the leading committee on the EED, they have their vote on the 13th of July. Then the EP, the broader European Parliament vote, is the second week of September. Indicatively, it can change. And then the Council General Approach vote, the 27th of June. So next week, the Council should also give their indicate their approach to the EED. So yeah, just to kind of end with their main recommendations on heating and cooling for the EED. The definition of efficient district heating and cooling should promote exclusively renewables in combination with reduction of energy needs. Heating and cooling assessments and plans need to align with climate neutrality by 2040. And clear fossil fuel phase out in heating and a stop in promoting a switch from coal to fossil gas are indispensable. So this is essentially what we're trying to avoid, is the lock-in of gas. And the EED also, why it's really important is because what's written there and what's approved there is also what controls a lot of the financial and the state aid and many of the funds that come from Brussels to member states. So ideally, we want something that would only go to promoting renewable heat and not fossil-based. We wrote a briefing with CAN Europe, Bankwatch and CAN, about the impact of the EED on public financing. So I can also share that link if anyone is interested to read it. We also have some good examples there of some EU-funded renewable heat sources, which is the more fun part of all of it, I guess, is looking at the future and nice examples. So I can drop that link if anyone is interested to see it. And yeah, I think that's all for me. And yeah, if you're also curious about anything broader in the EED, you can ask. I can't promise I can answer, but we can definitely find someone who can.
Thank you, Morgan. We have a couple of questions from the
Благодаря ти, Морган. Имаме няколко въпроса от...
Is waste-derived fuels such as RDF, SRF still considered renewable energy sources? Hence, CHPs look better, less polluting, and attractive for investments. Will the 100 grams CO2 equivalent per kilowatt hour emission level be a tool to prevent such CHPs or waste incineration? So what is your opinion on waste incineration, basically, and how they are, what is the background in EED for waste incineration? Are there renewable energy sources or no? What is the definition, basically? Because after the war in Ukraine, basically, we are hearing a lot of signs from different plants in Bulgaria, which are which are planning to include RDF in their mix.
That's a good question. I don't know where exactly waste incineration is. It's considered waste heat or renewables, but I think it doesn't matter. Like in terms of the way that it's written now, if it's one or the other. I don't think that there's many provisions in the ED, or maybe it would be in the Renewable Energy Directive about waste incineration. Of course, waste incineration has, it can be quite problematic. We at Bankwatch and even most environmental groups promote more of a circular economy model and trying to avoid as much waste as possible. And with waste incineration, it's really hard. You see cases of countries having to import waste because they're reliant on burning it for heat. So yeah, we don't want to be importing waste. And it's not to mention it's really hard with the pollutants, etc. So I don't know if that's, I think it probably would be in red, but Eva, maybe you would know. I don't know. Okay. But it's a good question. I can look into it.
Okay. So one more question. We made an assessment, internal assessment of the all district power plants in Bulgaria last year, and there were quite a lot of plans for CHP on gas. Is this still attractive for investments, and is there a way to stop such investments? And I see that Dragomir wants to ask a question later on, and maybe Gennady too.
Well, this is $1 million question, or €1 billion question, I guess. It's whether we will still have gas-based CHPs. I mean, we haven't seen like a mass reversal of plans on a country-by-country level. I think, and from talking to different district heating companies, they don't know what they're going to do next winter. It's really, really up in the air. It's really scary, to be honest, in terms of what to imagine. So it's hard to then also think that it would be an attractive investment given the uncertainty of it. But given the current, rush to build LNG terminals, for instance, in Estonia, Latvia, they have the current one in Lithuania, Germany, Poland, there seems to be belief that there will be access to more gas, and also probably too much, because we don't need so many LNG terminals to meet the requirements of the upcoming winter. So I think that there's a lot of different factors at play. Also, there's other countries that could be supplying Europe, Azerbaijan, or Qatar. So I guess that'd be LNG. But so I think right now a lot of the question is about securing the supply, but it doesn't seem to have slowed down so many investments. I think some have gone to biomass. I can't give you a number of how many, or plan to just immediately switch to biomass. But it's also to get a biomass. The price of biomass has gone up in response. And to get a biomass boiler, it's also, the supplies aren't there. So
thank you, Morgan, for your answer. And I'm going to give the words to Dragomir, so you can just ask your question.
Thank you, and thanks to Morgan for the insights in the negotiation process. There was something in the presentation that I don't know, is sometimes underestimated in the discussions, but the role of the municipalities in the Commission's proposal is very, very important, I would say crucial, and not only for as regards the decarbonization of the heating system plans that each municipality over 50,000 inhabitants should prepare, but also as regards the increase of the energy saving goals, which, as we know, are often, we have a very strange word. Well, I don't know how does it sound in English, but decomposed, right? That's what we use to the local level from the national level of government. On the other hand, basically that's not so important, but on the other hand, there are not so many clear guidelines in the directive suggestion that insist that the central government should provide sufficient technical and financial support. How is that discussed in the Brussels bubble, and what is the reaction of the networks of local authorities? Do you have any in-depth insights in that?
Yeah, one of the biggest issues in this is that there's just not, even if we do ask the local authorities to plan and do heat planning, they don't have the skilled people to actually do it. Especially we see this in Central Eastern Europe. I don't know if it's that much better in Western Europe, but it's for sure a problem in Central and Eastern Europe. And so how to train the people to actually be able to do this is one of the biggest hurdles. And, pushing programs to train, because right now, oftentimes it'll be energy consultants. And, I've heard stories of, really fancy people from the big four accounting firms, consultants come to some village in some Central Eastern European town, tell the locals what to do, and then leave. And it's not a very, collaborative process. It doesn't take into a lot of the local context. And so ideally, you want local solutions coming from the people who live there, who know the town, who knows, oh, we have the swimming pool here and they could use the water from geothermal or something like that. So that's also one thing that we're promoting is to, train more local staff to be able to work on climate. How that could be reflected in the directive, not sure. That doesn't mean it's not there. It just means I don't know. But I think there's a lot of different initiatives. But as with everything, there's a million initiatives coming out of Brussels, but you have to know them to access them. So also, there's a lot of these discussions about creating one-stop shops, which is kind of just, I don't know what that means in reality. So ideally, there would be some central authority in the capital where a locality could go and they would be able to tell them, okay, this is what you need to do. Not just for citizens who want to, renovate their home and install a heat pump, but also for localities to know how they can, transform their heating systems or electricity systems as well. And in terms of what the local authority associations think, I'm not sure. Usually they're very happy for, as more power can go to the localities, the better. So, and I think in terms of heating, that's definitely what we would advocate as well. They know best.
Thanks for the response. Just one sentence from my experience from discussing with local authorities. Actually, it's always in the balance between having more authority and the resources to exercise that authority. And at the moment, it seems that there is a wave of communication going for direct support by the European Commission to the local authorities in terms of financial funds dispersed at that level directly without going through the management of the central authorities. That's very interesting how it will turn out during the discussions and how it would be reflected in the opinions of the committees. So I'll be looking forward to that process.
Yeah, definitely. This is something also we would love to see is, more financial support that can go directly to municipalities. but member states aren't usually so keen on that. So, but there are some initiatives, like the European Council has this mission called the 100 Climate Neutral Cities. So it should also be promoting cities to create decarbonization plans, and that would also hopefully be able to allow them to access funding, maybe not just from the member states distribution.
Thank you, Morgan. If we can keep you for 2 or 3 more minutes, it's going to be perfect, because we have 2 more questions. And the first one is, when to expect the first heating and cooling plants? Will they be part of the NECP revision process? Do you have any information about this?
No, but I mean, as I said before, ideally they would come from the local level. So, I mean, if a country wants to, maybe have a very overarching goal of, no gas heat by 2040, that would be nice, or no coal by 2030 or 2035. And then the actual plans probably need to be done really on the local level. So I guess that could be in the NECPs, like the big national level goals. But I mean, some localities are already making these plans, but it's a small number, and I don't know country by country as well.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Morgan. Gennady Kundarov has a question.
Hi, Morgan. Long time no see. Can you try to, just digest for us, if we see that the current proposal, so if I understand well, it's been slightly watered down so far during the process, but maybe not too bad. So if we consider that this is the best case scenario, and now what's in the pipeline goes through and becomes the new legislation, without any further water down, what would that mean for the CHPs? Would it mean that rather no new CHPs based on fossil fuel would be coming online? Would it mean that many of them will have to sort of, become more like a backup capacity, while the district heatings, for example, would have to count a lot more on renewable energy? Or would it actually mean retiring some CHPs for a number of reasons?
Yeah, so within the current numbers, like from the Commission's proposal, it could still mean that there would be new gas-based CHPs. So that's, would be adding more fossil fuels to the mix. And also, as we know, there will be some countries that will fight tooth and nail to keep fossil fuels online as long as possible, not just as for peak, but for base load as well. I mean, if many of them have economies completely reliant on it. So I think it's, it really depends country by country, what's the ambition level. But I can't imagine that there would be tons of new CHPs built. I think the local opposition is high enough. I mean, I guess like really from scratch. And it seems, we need to reduce demand. So but right now the demand is only going up for heat and electricity. So despite what we know we need to do. So I think it's going to be really dynamic, depending on also how it goes with the gas supply. And, also how long lengthening the lifetime of these coal plants go. If it's really just a temporary, emergency fixed because of the war, or if it's something that, seems a lot less painful than, I don't know, relying on Russia. So I don't have a very good magic crystal ball answer, but that's my guess.
Thank you.
So thank you, Morgan, for your presentation and the discussion. Now we can let you go. So we're continuing with Eva Bardinelli from CAN Europe. And Eva is the new Buildings Policy Coordinator at Climate Action Network Europe. Her work focuses on making sure that EU building policies are fit to achieve the 1.5 degrees goal, which the EU committed to under the Paris Agreement. And beyond the core work on the energy performance of buildings directive, which she's going to talk also today, she works on ad hoc provisions impacting buildings energy performance from other directives stemming from the Fit for 55 package, namely EED, Renewable Energy Directive, and others. So Eva, now you have the floor.
Yes, thanks a lot, Svetoslav. So now I'll try to share my screen. I'm afraid I have some problems in sharing my screen. I have a MacBook, and it's always a bit of a hard hard task to go through this all these applications.
We can share the screen for you if it's going to be easier.
Would it be a problem for you to share the screen? I think I sent you the last.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Sorry for the glitch. Okay, I see it. Perfect. So meanwhile, you adjust the the slides and all, and thanks a lot for helping me with the slides. Yes, so really pleased to be with you today. I'm indeed, as Sveta said, I'm Eva Baldinelli, the new Buildings Policy Coordinator of Climate Action Network Europe, which is the largest NGO network in EU working on sustainable climate and energy policies. Indeed, as the title hints, I'll be speaking to you about the upcoming changes in the energy performance of buildings directives, and where are the opportunities that lie in this directive to deliver integrated, tailored, and inclusive energy renovations for all European citizens, and of course for those who need it the most. If you can go to the next slide, please. So before, let's say, diving into the detailed elements of the energy performance of buildings directive, which is rather of a technical directive, I wanted to give you a sort of like historical background that actually Morgan before me touched upon the main points. So indeed, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive was firstly published in 2002, recasted the first time in 2010, and then a second time in 2018 within the context of the Clean Energy for All Europeans package. And then let's say that in energy and climate EU policy, we arrived to, let's say, to a milestone, which is 2019 with the EU Green Deal, which, as many of you already know, it's a package of policy initiatives that will really put the EU towards the towards the pathway to green transition, and then ultimately the goal of reaching climate neutrality by 2050. And within this context, of course, it's really important to remind about the climate law, as Morgan said before, which set a binding goal to achieve a reduction of 55% of greenhouse gas emission by 2030. So in this context, let's say that buildings are indeed one of the the most important end use sectors where actually a lot of effort should be put in it, because as you all know already, buildings account for the 36% of the greenhouse gas emission in the EU, along with the 40% of energy consumption in the EU. So it makes it a good candidate to, of course, put effort and focus on to improve the energy efficiency and decarbonization of it. In fact, we arrived at 2020, where the European Commission launches the Renovation Way strategy, which is a really important communication that, let's say, puts into black and white how the building sector should move towards the achievement of the 2030 target. And then the communication sets out an objective to at least double the renovation rates in the next 10 years, which should deliver around 35 million buildings under renovations by 2030. Of course, when we talk about energy renovation, it's not only about, of course, like a big part of it's about energy efficiency and decarbonization targets, but it's also about people. In fact, the Renovation Way strategy puts a lot of emphasis on not only how building renovation can help tackling, for example, energy poverty that was mentioned before by Morgan within the context of DED, but also how energy renovation can really support other let's say the economies to actually flourish in terms of GDP, employment, and so on and so forth. So there are all multiple benefits that actually are entailed in the energy renovation actions. And of course, we arrived to the 50 for 55 package that, of course, translates the ambitions of the EU Green Deal into law, revising the existing energy and climate laws and actually bringing new ones to align the EU laws with the EU climate goals. And that's where, of course, the PBD revision stands. Can you go to the next slide, please? So since we are talking about the PBD revision, and we actually mentioned about the Renovation Wave, it's really important to actually have a glimpse of what's in the Renovation Wave strategy communication itself, because this piece of communication that's not at all legally binding because it's a communication. However, it sets, let's say, the main elements that should be fed into the PBD. On this left side, on your left side, you see the pillars, some pillars of the Renovation Wave, and then how this actually translated into the elements that should be fed into the revisions of the PBD and other important directives, or sister directives, as I like to call them, like the EED, RED, and so on and so forth. So you see a lot of emphasis put on the energy efficiency first principle, affordability, the affordability issue, meaning that highly energy performing buildings shall be made accessible to low income, vulnerable people and energy poor. And of course, this links to the problem of energy poverty that the Renovation Way estimates to be a problem that affects nearly 34 million Europeans in the EU, which actually relates to the inability to afford to keep their homes warm. Then you see here other important elements, as for example, the decarbonization of heating and cooling and the integration of renewable energy sources into the energy into the building's energy mix. And then other really important bits that are, for example, life cycle thinking and circularity that really touches upon mainly on the carbon performance of buildings throughout their whole life, which is going a bit beyond the classic and core discussions on the operational energy performance of buildings, which is the main point in the PBD, for example, however, really, really important and timely. And then, of course, bits related to high health and environmental standards that links to the decent way of living. So indoors for, of course, those European citizens that cannot afford to keep their home warm or actually live in indecent, let's say, housing that is not up for quality. And then the twin transition, so linking the green and digital transition into the building sector. And then you see, on the other hand, the actions that we will talk about them later on in more detail. But I'm pretty sure that you heard about the introduction of minimum energy performance standards that are basically instruments that help the worst performing buildings to achieve a certain level of energy that is dictated by energy performance certificates by a certain time. So really an instrument that triggers energy renovation and should trigger, of course, also the depth of energy renovation, which are really working on this point. And then, of course, beyond the update of the energy performance certificate framework, that, of course, it's really interlinked with the minimum energy performance standard implementation, as said before, and of course really helps about collecting good and of good quality information on building energy performance, which at the moment is really unharmonized and scarce in some cases. The extension of the renovation requirements for public sector. This is really linked to the ED rather than DPBD. However, there are many elements that actually help the creation of this exemplary role for public bodies, but it's really a dedicated article in the Energy Efficiency Directive recast, which is Article 6, that extends the renovation requirements to all public bodies. So those buildings that are owned by public bodies to renovate at least 3% of this building segment to NZEB level each year, which NZEB level stands for nearly zero energy building. We will touch upon it later when we talk about on the PBD recast proposal. And then other important elements about the decarbonization of heating and cooling, that it's a joint, let's say, effort among the RED, EED, and also helped by the ETS revision that aims at introducing a separate emission trading system for covering greenhouse gas emission coming from buildings and road transport. And then last but not least, the 2 points on deep renovation standards. So really help incentivizing the depth of energy renovation to spur energy savings in energy renovations of buildings. And then the Affordable Housing Initiative, which really helps to create and help, let's say, vulnerable consumers and energy poor to access decent and affordable housing, which deals more with the social housing sector. Please, can you go to the next slide? Voilà. So now that we have in mind the main elements in the renovation wave strategy, I think it's easy for us to go through the technical bits of the PBD recast proposal. So the PBD recast proposal was launched last year on the 15th of December, so the second part of the Fit for 55 package of 2021. So now we are literally in the starting actually working with the co-legislator, so the European Parliament and the Council in the negotiations process. However, let's say that in comparison with the sisters directive, so the ED and the RED, of course, the PBD, and unfortunately it's a bit delayed, and this actually is not a positive element, as there should be really those directives should be really feeding to one another. So this is a thing that we'll have to be fighting for in the next months. Anyways, to go through really quickly on the main points of the PBD, indeed there is a definition of deep renovation, which is really important for us to remember, because for the first time in narrative we also often refer to deep renovation as a renovation that at least delivers 60% of energy savings, whereas in the PBD recast proposal, actually the definition links to two different levels of energy performance that buildings should achieve. Before 2030, it should be the nearly zero energy buildings standard that was introduced before. There was a standard for new buildings, and then after 2030, the zero emission building standard, which is actually a new concept that was introduced in this EPBD recast proposal. That it's an upgrade, so to say, of the nearly zero energy buildings, because these zero emission buildings should be highly energy efficient, and then the really low energy needs that they have, that remain, actually should be completely covered by renewables. That was not the case for the near zero energy buildings, where it was saying that to a certain extent, let's say. So really, it's focusing more on, let's say, the usage, yes, the supplying of renewable energy, however, on site. Of these zero emission buildings. Well, we will touch upon it later on. Then you'll see the minimum energy performance standards, as I said before, that we saw in the renovation wave strategy, and which TACO was performing buildings rated as F and G, to move to class E by 2030 and 2033, depending on the purpose of the building. So if it's public, commercial, or residential. And then, of course, with the minimum energy performance standards, it's really important to remember that the European Commission, knowing that this instrument is, it will be really a catalyst for action. They wanted to make sure, of course, that this does not create any type of negative, let's say, effects on the society, especially on those that cannot really afford, energy renovations, for example. And in fact, we talk about the unenabling framework. So member states are required to indeed have to abide with the MEPS rules, so the MEPS provision, but at the same time creating a framework that will help implementation, actually support every segment of the society, especially the energy poor and low income and vulnerable households. And this enabling framework is made of adequate financing, technical assistance. There are plenty of talks about the one-stop shop that actually Morgan mentioned before, and so on and so forth. Moving on more on the decarbonization of heating and cooling in buildings, there are several positive elements in the PBD recast proposal. There's, for example, the possibility for member states to set limits for greenhouse gas emissions or type of fuels and heat generators in all to install in all buildings, which is literally a legal basis for national bans on fossil fuel-based boilers. However, for the moment, as the PBD recast stands, it's not mandatory. And then another really important point that we saw in the PBD recast proposal is actually the building renovation plans. So the building renovation plans are the upgrade of the long-term renovation strategies. The European Commission really worked hard on this element because, of course, there's a lot of importance given to planning, monitoring, and reporting of renovation efforts of member states vis-a-vis the energy and climate goals for 2030 and 2050 ultimately. And then, so the building renovation plans should be much more in line with the NSCP cycle. However, the first building renovation plan will not be in line in terms of timeline with the cycle of the NECP. And then, so it will be really supporting at national level the planning and reporting activities in between these two important tools. And then at the same time, the European Commission proposes a template which should help member states to really create plans that are complete and consistent with one another. So it's really easy for the Commission to pinpoint where a member state it's underperforming and what are the trends at member state level when it comes to energy renovations and what are the policies and measures. And here, one of the policies and measures is actually that it's included in the template in Annex 2 is to introduce in the plan all the policies and measures to achieve a fossil fuel phase out from heating and cooling in buildings by 2040. Which is rather new. It wasn't there before, and it's a really positive element as regards, as of course, the decarbonization of heating and cooling in buildings. In the next slide, please. I actually go a bit over. Yes, another really important point in favor of the decarbonization of heating and cooling. We know about a sunset clause. We call it sunset clause. Is basically by as from 2027, actually public subsidies should not be used to install fossil fuel-based heating system in buildings. And this is really important, and we'll have to keep in mind this a little bit because we will be talking about it later on in the next slides. And then to conclude, indeed there are several points on creating adequate financing to spur actually deep renovation, and there is a link with the taxonomy, and there are plenty of elements because of course in the PBD is not really the let's say the place where the European Commission can tell member states to create ad hoc, let's say, financing packages. However, of course, it can support member states to take them into account, knowing that certain financing instruments actually exist and should be actually used and scaled up on national level. And then you see some of those that I included here that are under Article 15 of the PBD recast proposal. So energy efficiency loans, mortgage for building renovations, on-tax schemes, on-bill schemes, and mortgage portfolio standards. which is a new element in the PBD. And then, of course, we have the energy performance framework with a really important element about the harmonization of the extreme classes, so the A class, so the best class, and then the worst class, also in view of the implementation of the minimum energy performance standards. We know about shorter validity period for lower class, for the low EPC classes, to spur, let's say, coverage of DPCs, and then on-site visits prior of EPC issuing, and also common templates to help, spur completeness of the certificates at national level, and also to help feeding this information from national level to EU level later on. And then, of course, there are a lot of important points on indoor environmental quality, which links with the decent way of living, with a good way of living indoors in buildings that we saw in the renovation wave strategy, where we see the requirements for member states to install measuring control device for monitoring of regulation of indoor air quality in new buildings and in those existing ones that undergo major renovation. But of course, let's say that indoor environmental quality, another dimension like fire safety, accessibility, is actually also introduced in the PBD recast. However, really developed within the framework of new constructions, actually. So, which is Article 7 of the PBD recast. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes. So before going to see what's happening in the Parliament, also I'm cautious of time. It's indeed, as Morgan mentioned before, it's important to remember what's happening, and at geopolitical level. And of course, I think it's safe to say that a really unfortunate historical moment as the Russian invasion of Ukraine puts us into a perspective of how really to boost, energy, how to boost the green transition while making sure that we reduce our dependence on Russian fossil fuels. And of course, that's where the Repower EU Action Plan comes into play. In the action plan, I will not focus too much on this point. It's just to keep those in mind. We know that there are several elements. You see here a new Save Energy plan that for us working on the PBD is really important, especially on the energy efficiency side, because there are several suggestions that should be feeding into the discussions among the co-legislators on, for example, the promotion of more ambitious minimum energy performance standards, because of course it is recognized their role in spurring energy renovation and energy saving and so on and so forth. And the other really important bits that are, for example, the suggestion to introduce national bans for installation of fossil fuel-based heat generators, and even earlier sunset clause for subsidies for these technologies. And then, of course, it has to be coupled with other measures. For example, the EU Solar Energy and Solar Rooftop initiative that introduces a phased-in legal obligation to install solar panels on new public commercial buildings and new residential buildings with different timelines. So to increase the solar energy capacity in the EU, and doubling of the rate of deployment of heat pumps. Of course, all coupled with more financing, although coming from EU funds and recovery and resilience money. So no new funds, but reallocation from the existing. So it is for us. I mean, in our opinion, it's a good momentum for pushing for integrated deep renovation strategies to really maximize the multiple benefits of energy renovation while helping the EU achieve its energy and climate goals and EU energy security goal. Could you go to the next slide, please? And then we go to the European Parliament. I'll be listing in a really, let's say, I'll summarize the point because I think that after having this overview up until now, it's really clear the main threads, let's say, that we can find in the European Parliament, for example. The first really important document that has been recently produced by MEP Radan Kanev, is a Bulgarian MEP from the EPP, who is the rapporteur for the draft opinion in the Environmental Committee at the European Parliament on the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, where, of course, there are good elements about the accessibility to highly energy performing buildings for vulnerable consumers. Also, the opinion rapporteur puts a lot of importance on scaling up private investments, a lot of good elements about monitoring fencing for low income and energy poor and worst performing buildings energy renovation. Also, the really important points on holistic, tailor-made energy renovation approaches, which, of course, it's a really important point for the opinion rapporteur. And the holistic, let's say the adjective holistic, it's not only about making sure that we use all the technologies available to have a really high quality energy renovation, but also trying to really have a neighborhood district approach. So really maximizing to the max the energy savings potential and more of energy renovations. Then other important points are regarding the promotion of all renewables, so not only on site but also from the grid, and then other important points related to making member states, let's say, accountable towards their goals that are actually including in the building renovation plans, and of course more adequate and public financial support to couple it with more ambition. And then another important point, which is about the introduction of holistic indoor air quality definition, which is linked to what should come after a high quality energy renovation. Can you go to the next slide, which is almost done? Then from the ENVI committee, I would like to finish up with from the European Parliament perspective on the main committee, which is the Itra committee, where you see the draft report rapporteur, MEP Kieran Cuff from the Greens, and an Irish MEP. He recently published his own draft report on the PBD in the main committee, where you see actually there are plenty of points in common, especially as regards as a new article that introduced related to social safeguards that really would help to coupling ambition with social safeguards. So making sure that the really ambitious renovations are effective and beneficial to all types of consumers, especially the energy poor, vulnerable ones, and low income households. There's a new definition of energy poverty, which actually links energy poverty, which links this definition to the Social Climate Fund, to an article in the Social Climate Fund. I think this is an attempt from the side of the rapporteur to really try to ring fence as much money as possible from the Social Climate Fund towards the renovation of, for example, worst performing buildings. And then another important point that we saw also in Radan Kanev's draft report is about the integrated renovation program, so holistic district neighborhood level renovation programs that really combine energy efficiency and renewable based measures, phase out of fossil fuel consumption in heating and cooling in buildings by 2035, and then increase of solar capacity and uptake of heat pumps in buildings, respecting always the energy efficiency first principle. If you go to the next slide, please. This is just the conclusion. So we saw so far that what can we say after this let's say overview of what's happening in the PBD? That as I said, in the current Russian-Ukrainian war, and coupling of course this geopolitical moment with the current climate crisis, which is becoming more and more tangible. We really are urged to take action on the building sector. So it cannot be disregarded at this moment in history. We also understand that there is no one-fits-all solution in building renovation. It's important to tailor approaches and to understand and to ensure that all types of buildings can really reach high level of energy efficiency, performance, and of course becoming decarbonized. Energy efficiency first principle is key. The energy consumption of buildings really must be lowered down to a point that the res integration and other really important actions are really become faster and easily scaled up. Via, of course, an important role of integrated renovation strategies, where really energy efficiency and renewable energy measures can really be complementing to each other. and really feed on each other. And then, of course, another really important point is that ambition needs to be coupled with adequate support. And we saw it in not only in the PBD recast proposal, but also being picked up quite firmly by the two rapporteurs, which is an extremely important point, because when we talk about renovations, indeed we talk about buildings, but we actually talk about people. And we need to make sure that everyone is on board, to make sure that the green transition is a transition that leaves really no one behind. And then last but not least, that holistic deep renovation are deep renovation that really improve the life of the occupants, and must really become the gold standard. I think I am finished. I am open to receive any question and discuss with you.
So thank you, Eva, for the presentation. Me and the colleagues, of course, we have a lot of questions. Unfortunately, we don't have any questions from the audience, so I'm just going to give the floor to Dragomir Tsanev to tell us what is the Bulgarian reality and what are his views on all of this, what we need to do in order to achieve everything that we're talking about in the different directives. So Drago, the floor is yours, and I would really ask you maybe to be a little bit more quick, just because in 15-16 minutes we have to start our next panel. Sorry about this.
Let's see how it works out. Thanks, Svetlo. As we agreed, the slides are in Bulgarian. I'm continuing in English. Hope that's fine for everybody. Thanks to Eva for the very in-depth review of the EPBD. I can actually take the next half an hour commenting on that, but I'm not going to do it. But still, I am very happy to see that there is another person besides me that remembers the 2002 EPBD. And that's very, very important, because there was a clear reference, explicit reference to passive buildings in the 2002 EPBD. And if we kept to that level of ambition back then, I would say that we'll be in a very different situation now. Unfortunately, we've had some great directives on buildings and some very poor national implementation, and that's what we'll be talking about in the next slides with the example of the Bulgarian renovation strategy. So I'm starting here from the beginning. Well, probably not the beginning. There was attempts even before that, that year that you see here, 2008, very well in the past. But this is where the national level programs for renovation started in Bulgaria. That was a demonstration program of the United Nations Development Program with 23 executed projects that won at the hours. I've shared to some audiences the joke here, but it's not a joke. It's a very clear reference to what we have to fight still in Bulgaria. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but there is a very interesting a gray block here. And believe it or not, the biggest problem for that project that we did, in effect, in the city of Bogorod, was to convince the owner here to remove this toilet from the facade of the building, because that's a toilet. And that's really what we are facing now as a reality in our built environment, that everybody is doing whatever they want. And there is absolutely no compliance mechanisms and no organizational mechanisms to fight off that individuality, if I can call it so. And that's one of the reasons that was complementing, or that was leading to the results that I will be sharing with you. So we started in 2008 with 20% of subsidies, then we increased it to 50%, then to 80%, and we ended up with 23 projects. The next phase, that's already Bulgaria in the European Union operational program, regional development. We started with 75%, but it was not sufficient again. So we increased that to 100% in 2015 when the next program started, and there were 300 contracted projects, out of which about the half were executed afterwards. Again, nothing serious given the huge amount of buildings that needed and still need renovation in Bulgaria, and that's more than 60,000 by any measure. So we reach the next phase, and that's something that we all know. That's the National Program for Energy Efficiency of the Multifamily Buildings, where we started with 100% subsidy. Why not? 100%. We've seen that the less percentage doesn't work, so we started with 100% subsidies, and we decided that we should go only to energy class C with a budget of 1 billion euro, and we again ended up with about 2,000 contracts and less than 2,000 executed projects by that date. What was the difference between these programs? The difference was that the last one was executed by the municipalities, and that was a very important step forward. If there was a step forward in this progression, it was that the execution of the project was decentralized. Then the municipalities understood that it's a huge advantage for them if they have access to this grant money, and they created expectations and willingness of the homeowners associations to apply. And that's the thing that we have at the moment in Bulgaria as a positive side for scaling up renovation. And that is proven by the more than 5,000 approved application for a potential next round of the program. What we didn't have in all three programs was state level communication and argumentation why renovation is positive. We didn't have a clear vision. We didn't have ambition. We didn't have transparency in the design and the implementation of the program, and that's paid back. So for all these years, we are arguing for one and the same thing, that we need a long-term vision, goals and priorities. We need a sustainable financial mechanism which uses the public resources to leverage private investment. We argue that we need technical assistance and consultation capacity in the municipalities because they're the ones that still have the trust of the homeowners associations. We argue about professional capacity to implement quality deep energy retrofitting projects, quality assurance and monitoring of the results, responsibility of the owners, and again, a systematic communication campaign. Did that happen? Unfortunately, it didn't, and we are still at a level that we don't want to see. But then we had a ton of strategic documents that implemented the European directives, and I'm going to rush through some of them just to illustrate how we faked implementation of the European policies in the building sector. That's renovation program dated 2016 with a very nice long name that I'm not going to read. I will just draw your attention to the text that I have quoted here. So in 2015, when this was written, we said that until 2020, we will go in a direction of gradual decrease of the percentage of the subsidy. First 75, then 50, then 25. Nothing, as you know as well as I do, nothing of that happened. We reached the investments level that were proposed there only via the subsidy scheme. But what we don't see here is that all these scenarios in the long-term renovation strategy from 2016 were calculated based on energy class B renovation and not energy class C renovation, which was in the rules of the program. Here there are some other nice things that we have written in the program about grant financing, about 10 to 20% of the value of the cost of the projects reaching for NZEP levels, or for example, green mortgages mechanisms, or for example, broadening the portfolio of the renewable energy efficiency and renewable energy fund, or for example, establishing of regional or local renovation funds. Nothing of that happened. Then we go to the plan for the zero energy buildings, and this is the plan for renovation to nearly zero energy level of public buildings, renovation of public buildings. As you can see, About 123 million leva were assigned for that, but nothing happened because they were assigned only on paper and not in the budget of the country. We have, as far as I know, just one demonstration building, which was renovated to that level, and that's located at the Technical University of Sofia, or should I say that we have two more in the municipality of Burgas, which wanted to try the renovation, but we still do not have any data of how this renovation performed in real life. Then we move to the National Energy and Climate Plan, and then we have here a few things that are very, very nice. So we want, of course, to have the energy efficiency first principle, which focus of renovation of existing building with the goal to achieve nearly zero energy level. I am focusing on that because it's again something that's written in the plans and not reflected in the underlying programs. We want to stimulate the energy efficiency audits, and we do not have any training for auditors for 10 years. We want to stimulate ESCO services in the residential sector, but we do not have absolutely any market on that. And basically, that's how the thing stays. Of course, we also do not have any coordination between the financial mechanisms, even on paper. So here, we can see the indicative goals for renovation in the long-term renovation strategy. And we have something that is written in the National Energy and Climate Fund, which do not compare by any means to what is quoted in the long-term renovation strategy. Here are the figures. We don't have time. Unfortunately, I had planned to dwell a little bit more on these figures, but that's really a huge investment need for renovation. These are only money for energy efficiency measures and not for structural renovation, and that cannot be covered by any means by public resources. And here again, we are moving to the main source of public money, which is the Recovery and Resilience Plan, which continues the very well-known practice of 100% grant financing. And with that, these are probably a little bit old data, but it's absolutely the same range. We are expecting that about 1,000 buildings out of 66,000 and more would be renovated. And that's, again, I'm repeating, that's the biggest portion of financing, 1.4 billion level that goes into renovation for the next period. We also have about 100 million euro in the regional development program, which was cut by 2 times from the initial suggestion, but that's obviously doesn't make any significant change. So again, in the next year, we're reaching nothing in terms of scope of renovation. And now we are asking the question, why? Why? Because we have different problematic areas that we do not want to tackle. Obviously, there is a refusal of reforms, if I can call it that way, and I'm not afraid to call it that way because it's continuing for too long. So to think about anything else. First of all, that's the depth of the renovation. Again, we are talking about renovation this time to Class B, but Class B is huge. It's between 96 and 190 kilowatt hours per square meter per year primary energy, which is a huge difference. And it very much depends if we would be able to utilize the saving potential in the blue area here on the graph, or we won't be able. Again, we are not making the necessary changes in the legislation. So probably you remember that the 2010 directive required every country to develop an NZEP definition and to implement it. Yes, we have developed an NZEP definition, which is given at the left side of the monitor, but we haven't implemented that. And we are in direct violation of the directive in that regard. So we have a refusal to update the legislative documents. Then I'm moving to the reforms that we are refusing to do, which are cited in the Recovery and Resilience Plan. And the first of them is the energy poverty definition. Even if you don't take that definition that we suggested last year, it was practically the same definition that was suggested by the Bulgarian Academy of Science this year in March, and there is absolutely no sign of any kind of feedback from the responsible ministry, that's the Ministry of Energy in that case, even though they are proudly insisting that they're working on that since 2015. There's absolutely no outcome of that enormous and intensive activity that is obviously going on in the ministry. We have two definitions suggested by the research, the research parties, no feedback. Then we're moving to the one-stop shop definition, to the one-stop shop reform, and thanks to Tsveta and who is here and sharing of projects for having an excellent suggestion for the organization of one-stop shop in Bulgaria. But what we see is that in the national plan, we are talking about regional one-stop shops which serve as information center and not as shops, not selling anything to anyone. And obviously, what do you sell when you give 100% grant? But that's probably another question. What we would like to say is that making one-stop shops means decentralization. It means bringing the service next to the customer and not centralizing the process. And in the recent reviews, we are seeing even something much more confusing. Intention of the Ministry of Regional Development to centralize the acceptance of applications for participation in the Next Renovation Program in Sofia, in the ministry, which is totally contradictory to the good practices that we have, and to the pure life logic. Then about the financial instruments. In multiple documents, as mentioned before, we are talking about state funds providing guarantees and direct credits and specialized credits from the commercial banks. That's nothing happening here at the moment, at least at that point of time. In the Recovery and Resilience Plan, we are talking about on-bill financing. There is nothing going on. We are talking also about the future fairy creature of the National Decarbonization Fund, and there is something going on in that direction, and that something was presented a few weeks ago at an event, which showed that actually there is a huge gap, up to 6 billion leva gap for achieving the goals for renovation in the residential sector, which is absolutely not clear how it would be covered. What can we do? Again, I'm moving towards the end, and unfortunately, I would have to repeat some of the things that we're repeating within the circle of non-governmental professional organization for many years now. We need a long-term perspective, and we need that the support instrument confirm that perspective and not contradict it, because it absolutely doesn't make sense to explain how we will move to increasing of the co-financing of the homeowners and then place another 100% subsidy program. We need to fully and convincingly execute the planned reforms in the Recovery and Resilience Plan, because currently we don't see anything like that. We want to see quality in the implementation of the programs, because we do not have the right instrument to monitor the results. Again, here, even though we had that as a lesson from the previous programs, we need to immediately introduce a parallel model, market-oriented parallel model for renovation in the residential sector, which should be led by the homeowners associations, and give them the freedom to find services for their activities. We need also involvement of the commercial sector. We need training and qualification. We need a communication campaign. And without having all this, we cannot speak about increasing the scope of the renovation action in general. So I'm looking at the time, and we don't have that much time. So I'm shifting towards the last slide, only suggesting that the surveys that we did because that was something that in general the central authorities should do before us, but it was again the non-governmental sector that's initiated and financed that service, show absolutely convincingly that the people are ready to pay for renovation and they expect the adequate financial instruments to go forward. And it was done in parallel service by different sociological agencies. The results are one and the same. People are ready. They want assurance for quality, but are happy to invest their own money. So we need to continue working with them, and we do it. We do it at the local level in the cities. People listen to us, and that's the one thing that I'm really happy with. So if there is a political will, if there is a certain change in the way that policy is approached from governmental level, I'm 100% sure that these training sessions and this information session for homeowners associations that we are doing in different cities will transfer into actual projects. With this, I would like to thank you for your attention. And of course, there's no time for questions, but happy to follow up on that conversation.
Drago. Actually, I will abuse with my panelist status, and I'll just pose two questions. There's one in the chat, and I have another one. The question in the chat is from EVN District Heating. Angel Kirov is posting this. I'll just quickly do it in English, just not to create any confusion with the translation. So far, only the building envelope is what the programs have been working on, and nothing has been done on the reconstruction of the inside the building systems related to heating and hot water. Effects from such measures can be clearly seen, and I guess this is from works by the district heating themselves or certain buildings in Plovdiv and Varna. Unfortunately, still we don't see any measures related to those systems in the new programs. Do you know if anything in this direction is being planned, is the question. And then I'll pose mine when you quickly answer to this one.
Absolutely agree, and there is great practice by EVN in Plovdiv that we all know about it, also in Varna. So energy efficiency measures can only work in combination. You cannot prioritize only envelope measures or only system measures. And of course, having this whole building renovation approach that's also promoted by the directives, as Eva suggested as well, that should be what we are seeing. And we as energy auditors, we are always obliged to provide options, different packages of energy savings measures that combine measures in the envelope and measures in the technical systems. And that's the normal thing to approach. Unfortunately, we see for many years, and I'm not talking about any kind of politics here. That's for many years. Every political party had a chance to change something. We only see one direction of dealing with public money, and that's giving away public money to as many beneficiaries possible without complicating the actions from their side. So the easiest way to make a present with public money to someone without any prioritization, without any goals, without any technical argumentation. So that's my answer to that. Unfortunately, we do not see anything changing in that direction, and that is why we are pushing towards establishing of parallel schemes with much less grant component, but giving the freedom to the homeowner associations to decide on the measures that they want to get implemented in their buildings.
Right. And my question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I actually think that many of the things that you spoke about require some sort of pilot project. And in the recent years, anything that, is to be scaled up, requires new ambition, requires testing of scheme, be it financial scheme or various renovation measures, more ambitious renovation models, or combination of both. I just don't see any pilot projects in Bulgaria. Is this so, or am I missing something? Because, you know, be it led by the ministries, by the municipalities, by international financial institutions, like before we were seeing, for example, EBRD or UNDP when they was still in Bulgaria, leading on these examples that can then be scaled up.
That's yes, definitely. So we always need arguments to convince the beneficiaries that if they take up the solutions that are offered by different policy instruments, they would achieve the expected benefits, the expected savings, and also many other of the multiple benefits of energy efficiency. So in all our suggestions about the design of the policies and the financial instruments supporting building renovation, we move around similar topics, that you should invest on one hand on capacity building, professional capacity building, so to enable designers, engineers, auditors to provide the best possible service, to monitoring of the results in order to have the communication arguments to convince the followers that it's worth investing in renovation. The communication, because you need the communication instruments, and also a pilot component for buildings, for projects reaching the best possible levels of energy efficiency, even if at the moment they are not financially feasible, because that's the role and that's the function of the public investments, to demonstrate technologies, to prove their worth, to develop the markets, and gradually to introduce them at large scale. So yes, that's always within our recommendations. It's not being followed up. Our principle so far is that every single cent we invest in construction materials with the least possible problems, let's say like that.
One more question arrived. I'm just asking Svetoslav if we can still pose it. Why? This question is from Raya Lecheva from 3E News. Why we do not have a definition of energy poverty yet? We know that we have such definitions. What is the problem here in Bulgaria, I guess?
Problem is that we still don't be so diligent, so that they invest in public discussions and communication. So again, they are suggestions for definitions that, from our point of view, are perfectly suited to mechanism to support building renovations in case there is any kind of co-financing by the expected beneficiaries. But when you have 100% subsidy, you don't need such a definition, because everybody gets 100% subsidy and it's useless. Same case with the definition for protection of energy poor households from the process of liberalization of the electricity market. We still don't have that on the cards, and we still don't have a discussion what would be the definition and what would be the mechanism to protect these vulnerable customers. So that's my take on the question. Unfortunately, again, it is an issue of political will, because I trust that there is sufficient expert potential both in the government and in the non-governmental sector and the professional circles to come up with a working definition for both cases.
Thank you. I'm handing back over to Svetoslav.
So hello from my side. We're going to continue with the second panel of the second day of the conference. We're going to start looking at heat pumps. and what it's the future of heat pumps in the decarbonization of the heating sector. Our first speaker for the day, it's Richard Laws for the Regulatory Assistant Project. He's a senior associate at RAP, and he's working on clean heating in its European programs. He has been focused on the heat sector for 12 years, and previously working for a UK gas transporter and as an academic. He is also a research fellow at Exeter University and a non-executive director for Scottish Government. He has a PhD in the UK, the development of the UK heat policy. So Richard, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the introduction and thanks for inviting me to speak today. Good morning, everyone. It's a strangely lovely and sunny day in the UK. We don't get many of them. I hope you can all hear and see me okay. I'm just going to share my slides now. Okay, hopefully that all looks okay. Thanks for the introduction. I'm going to be talking about a piece of work that RAP published earlier in the year. So we published this back in April, I think. And the piece of work was called The Perfect Fit. And it's all about shaping the Fit for 55 package to make it as friendly for heat pumps as possible. So basically, we already knew that there was a huge role for heat pumps in European plans for decarbonisation and indeed global plans for decarbonisation. And with such a big intervention posed by the Fit for 55 package, we thought it made sense to consider how the proposals, the separate proposals and also the proposals as a whole would support heat pumps and would drive the market. Basically, whether they were strong enough to get us where the European Commission's own goals, national goals and so on, whether the proposals were strong enough to deliver that, and if not, how they could be supported. So in terms of the presentation today, I'm going to give a quick overview of why heat pumps are so important. I'll be talking about the policy principles, so the key things that governments, be they the European Commission or national governments, can do to support heat pumps. I'll be discussing the Fit for 55 proposals, and how they could be strengthened. And I'll also be discussing what member states can do now, because of course it will take some time for the Fit 55 proposals to come into force. It's worth pointing out still, and this graph at the bottom shows the current breakdown of heating across Europe. The vast majority of heating is still provided by fossil fuels. The biggest share is from gas boilers. There is still a share of oil and coal in the mix too. But really the journey to renewable and low carbon heating, it started, but it needs to be sped up significantly. And the share provided by renewables is currently still quite small. There's a long way to go in heat. This is a slide this is an image which we featured in the report. We thought it was very striking. And this is from the McKinsey's Net Zero Europe scenario work, which came out in 2020. And this shows the breakdown of heating by technology. And the bar starts at 2017 and ends at 2015. So each of those are basically a year to 2050. And what you can see, and we've highlighted heat pumps here, is that the number of heat pumps grows faster than anything else. So heat pumps grow to take pretty much the biggest share of heating in Europe. There is also a role for district heating, although that's already significant. That expands somewhat, but by far the biggest expansion in heating technologies is in heat pumps. And if you look at the bottom of the slide, you can see that gas boilers are eradicated, oil boilers are also eradicated a bit earlier. And there might be some role for some low carbon gases, but their role is quite marginal compared to heat pumps and compared to district heating networks, which are widely expected to take the biggest share. Hence our focus of the study specifically on heat pumps. And this is another image. This is from the impact assessment behind the Energy Efficiency Directive, the recast Energy Efficiency Directive. And what this shows is basically the share of heat pumped heat in the European heat mix. And you don't need to worry about the figures, but basically the growth in heat pumps happens across all scenarios which the European Commission considered. So the reference scenario is a business as usual scenario. There was even some growth there, basically a doubling from where we are now, just because market forces would drive that. But across all of the scenarios, which were considered by the impact assessment, whether they be a high flexibility, a high gas scenario, all of them had a huge role for heat pumps. And I think the other thing that's interesting about this slide is that it's expected that because heat pumps are a cost-effective measure for decarbonising energy, but also for buildings, the rapid increase in heat pumps takes place soon. So it starts in the mid-2020s, and the period of rapid growth is that period before 2030. And while they still grow, heat pump numbers still grow beyond there, it's expected to be a front-loaded transition. And really that's a very startling graphic, which shows the scale of change needed to get to the European climate targets in a cost-effective way. It's also worth bearing in mind that the value of heat pumps. So when we started writing the report, the primary value of heat pumps was associated with decarbonisation. We started writing the report last year, and there were early indications that the gas price would increase, and indeed the gas price did increase during our publication. But what we hadn't foreseen at all was the war on Ukraine, and obviously that's changed the political context very significantly, and there are plans to basically remove gas imports as quickly as possible from Russia across Europe. And so as part of that, the Repower EU package or programme has suggested that heat pump numbers would be doubled in terms of deployment from the Fit for 55 levels. So that already very steep line I showed needs to be even steeper under these proposals. And the graph on the right here just shows some analysis by RAP, which shows that heat pumps are an important role in our analysis of reducing the gas imports. So implementing the Fit for 55, energy efficiency measures, adding renewable electricity all have a role, but heat pumps also have a standalone function. They can directly reduce gas imports because much of the energy produced by heat pump is extracted from the environment. And of course, if you grow renewable electricity, you can power heat pumps via non-imported energy as well. So they have a real double benefit. Okay. So in terms of the heat pump market at the moment, it varies significantly between countries. And this graph here shows the top 10 heat pump, deploying countries in Europe. So the number there is the number of heat pumps per 100 homes. So Norway is the king of heat pumps, or king or queen, whichever way you want to see it, of heat pumps at the moment. For every 100 homes in Norway, about 60 have a heat pump. Finland and Sweden are up there, as is Estonia, which is interesting because often people think that colder countries are less suitable for heat pumps. This is primarily a result of historic market deployment and historic policy work. And some other countries, France, Switzerland, Italy, Austria, are doing okay, but really Nordic countries are doing the best. And so we did some work thinking about, okay, why have these countries been so successful at deploying heat pumps? And we basically landed on the fact that there are three things that really hold back the current deployment of heat pumps. So obviously there's a question of economics here. First of all, heat pumps cost more to install than gas and fossil fuel heating systems in general. It's not always the case because it depends on the type of heat pump and it depends on what system is there. But more often than not, if you're switching from a gas boiler to a heat pump, it will cost more than simply replacing your gas boiler. So that's one issue. And that might change over time, but currently it remains an issue. And there's also the issue that depending on where you are in the world, the difference between gas and electricity prices varies quite significantly. So in some countries, it makes financial sense to run a heat pump because the cost of electricity makes it cost effective compared to gas, whereas in other countries it doesn't. It's worth bearing in mind that the increased gas price, which we've seen, has led to obviously a bigger increase in gas prices compared to electricity prices. And so one change that's been brought about by the war and the gas price increase is that heat pumps do tend to have more cost-effective running costs compared to fossil fuel heating systems. So the economics is key. And countries have offered grants to offset the higher capital costs and have rebalanced energy prices, something that could be achieved through, for example, carbon taxes or carbon trading. And the existing policy environment is really important. In countries where you have a high penetration of gas heating or oil heating or fossil fuel heated district heat networks, the entire policy and governance environment reflects that and supports that, albeit it may not want to, but it does because the regulators are built around gas or oil, as is government policy, things like energy efficiency policy. And so there are often implicit subsidies for fossil fuels, sometimes even explicit subsidies for fossil fuels in, for example, energy efficiency schemes, which promote the use of gas boilers, which when the continent is looking to move off gas, there are very big questions around those policies. And there are also big questions around what the incumbent heating infrastructure is. And primarily this is an issue associated with gas. In countries where there are big penetrations of gas, the biggest in Europe are the United Kingdom and the Netherlands, although Italy has quite significant gas grid, as does France, as does Brussels. Those gas grids represent expensive investments, significant sunk costs, and also people have familiarity with the fact that gas is there. And so this can provide an element of political and social lock-in to the continued use of gas. So all three of these things need to be tackled. We would suggest that the evidence shows that many things need to happen at once to deploy heat pumps at mass market levels in countries where they're currently not at mass market levels. And this little graphic basically just shows the four key things which we think can drive a heat pump mass market. And this is based on some analysis that we did in the UK, looking at other nations, but analysis that we've taken forward to other reports as well. And so the three elements basically are financial support, and that is providing the means for households and building owners to install heat pumps and the associated works. That could be through grants, it could be through loans, it could be through cashback schemes or tax rebates. But basically something needs to be there to allow households to have the upfront capital to counteract that difference between a gas boiler and a heat pump cost in the first place. Secondly, what we refer to as structural incentives need to be correct. And basically, this is a question of pricing. If it's cheaper to run a gas boiler than it is to run a heat pump, very few people are likely to switch to a heat pump. And so governments need to ensure that the pricing, the energy pricing, reflects the fact that heat pumps are more sustainable than fossil fuel alternatives. And finally, a regulatory backstop is likely to be a requirement. And what this means is that effectively bans are introduced or product standards are introduced to require the use of heat pumps by a certain date. These are not uncommon, and they exist primarily for new homes at the moment and new buildings, but we're increasingly talking about them for existing buildings. Germany, the Netherlands, Austria recently are already talking about gas boiler bans. Sorry for any background noise there. And to underpin all of this, a foundational element of governance and government support is needed, because beyond the simple economics and regulatory measures, things like skills, consumer happiness and awareness of heat pumps, the planning system, innovation to reduce costs and make better heat pumps, and financing all need to be brought together under this sort of governance foundation. So on to the Fit for 55 package now, and I'll quickly go through the different elements that are considered by the that we considered that would have an impact on heat pumps. So firstly, in terms of pricing, that rebalancing measure I talked about just briefly, the initial proposals included an emissions trading system too, an add-on trading system that would cover buildings and transport, and an energy taxation, modifications to the energy taxation directive. Both of these elements could shift the running costs of heat pumps away from fossil fuels in favour of heat pumps. If an ETS2 were to be introduced, that would naturally mean that the prices of fossil fuels went up relative to heat pumps, and that would have a beneficial effect in terms of heat pump deployment, although of course questions remain over the social impacts of that scheme. And the Energy Taxation Directive was looking to effectively remove taxes for electricity and or allow that to take place, and mean that fossil fuel taxes would always be higher than those for electricity. And that would naturally encourage the use of electricity for heating and the use of heat pumps. There are two big questions here. One is what happens to the ETS2, and whether it will be scrapped fully is not yet known, but it hasn't had a very popular reception so far. It's all to play for, but I think our expectation is it will come in late, or it will not come in at all. But we'll see what happens there. It's a similar situation for the Energy Taxation Directive. The taxation proposals need unanimous support from all member states. And that's something that we're not clear they'll receive. But if they do happen, that would be good for heat pump deployment. We would suggest that one modification that makes sense would be that the ETS2, if introduced, comes with a price cap, so that it couldn't increase the effective carbon price levels to beyond a certain number. That's something that could protect consumers, but could also make the any changes to the scheme more reflective of a carbon price rather than a trading scheme. Two other elements, the Renewable Energy Directive and the Energy Efficiency Directive, our analysis suggests that both of those, as proposed, would also support heat pump deployment. The Renewable Energy Directive looks to increase the renewable energy target. Because heat pumps count as renewable energy, it would naturally increase the requirement for heat pumps, because there will be a key building technology, a key renewable building technology. And the Energy Efficiency Directive looks to disallow savings from fossil fuel system upgrades. And so what that means is that, where I mentioned those subsidies already that are provided to energy efficiency schemes, so your energy efficiency scheme can install a gas boiler if necessary to reduce costs. The Energy Efficiency Directive is proposing to disallow those savings, so that means that you wouldn't be able to achieve savings by installing a fossil fuel heating measure, which would naturally lead you to a heat pump. Our concerns under both of the schemes are around bioenergy, because we've seen historically countries and companies go for bioenergy because it's a relatively cheap form of renewable electricity. There are, of course, concerns over sustainability, and we would therefore suggest that a cap within RED on biofuels would make sense. We'd also argue, actually, that the overall savings target in the Energy Efficiency Directive could be stricter. It's worth noting that the Repower EU proposals suggest increasing both of those targets, which is a positive. In terms of the Energy Buildings of Performance Directive, which is being recast, new buildings are proposed to be zero emission by 2030, I still think it's surprising that with the climate and carbon targets that we have, that countries are still allowing new buildings to be connected to fossil fuel heating. That is something that isn't the norm everywhere, and a number of countries have made that change already. So we would argue that the requirement for zero emission new buildings should be brought forward, possibly to around 2025, 2026, subject to regulatory timescales and getting the industry ready. And the EPBD also mentions fossil fuel heating phase outs by 2040. It's good that these have a mention in the EPBD, although it's unclear exactly what that means because it refers to having planned to do this. So it doesn't seem to be a biting measure, as it were. However, recent proposals could be more biting, although they are yet to be set into law. So the final element associated with the package that we considered for heat pumps was the eco-design and labelling directive and work. The European Commission was already proposing to rescale the energy label, and this is all subject to consultation. This is an image from the consultation which came out, excuse me, last year. And the idea was basically that the rescaling of the energy efficiency label would put a much higher priority on heat pump systems. And it would mean that fossil fuel heating systems would always be in the lowest categories on the energy rating label. Now, what this would mean is that consumers would know that they're buying a less efficient product. But there was really nothing behind these proposals that would ban heating systems that would actually mean that these would have a material impact on the market. And they also allowed the use of hydrogen boilers, which we had some concerns over because they're actually overall fairly inefficient options compared to heat pumps, very inefficient options compared to heat pumps. So we suggested in the report that the proposal should include a minimum efficiency requirement of 110% as soon as practical. And that would, once that was introduced, because heat pumps can all meet that and no boilers can, that would mean that any heating system which was installed would have to be a heat pump. And worth bearing in mind, this doesn't cover single room heating, so you'd still be allowed to have electric radiators and those sorts of things. But it would mean that for system heating, where you have radiators or blown air, it would have to be a heat pump. Now, what we've seen since then is that the European Commission is proposing to introduce such a requirement by 2029. Now, it's not clear whether this will be the 110% requirement as we proposed, but some sort of effective ban on fossil fueled heating appliances is being considered by 2029. And that's a positive development that I think many people can get around and support, because that really provides a very strong signal to the market that this is the way to go and that this is happening. Okay, so I'm almost at the end. I just wanted to say also that member state policy reform can come much sooner. And so across different European countries, we see various policies, and some clearly being much more beneficial than others, some having much more impact. And so member states can move more quickly on this. I mentioned it earlier, but it's unlikely that the Fit for 55 proposals will come in before 2024, possibly late 2024. And that's 2 years in the race towards decarbonisation. And 2 years is actually a significant chunk when we're looking towards 2050. And so member states can move very quickly. They can all have pricing strategies which rebalance prices towards electrification. There's nothing stopping member states doing that. They can all provide subsidy support for heat pumps and for other forms of renewable heating. There's nothing stopping them doing that. And they can all regulate to ban certain types of heating systems. So all of these things can be done. And what we've seen, I think, over the past few weeks and months is that countries are moving here already. So the German elections have led to this new summer package, which effectively looks to ban fossil fuel heating systems, so standalone fossil fuel heating systems, to drive heat pumps by 2024, 2025 perhaps. The Netherlands already has similar standards, and also Belgium is looking at a similar thing too, to just ban the installation of fossil fuel heating appliances. This could lead to hybrid type systems. That's unclear, but all of the tools are there. It's now really up to countries to choose to use them. So just to wrap up quickly, the centrality of heat pumps for heat decarbonisation and also energy security is increasingly being recognised in international, continental and national energy plans. We know from our research that packages of measures are needed, so a single policy won't be enough to drive heat pumps at the scale implied by carbon and renewable energy targets. The Fit for 55 proposals could drive the market, and indeed we see them as a beneficial step in the process towards heat pumps, but further reform is required to really refine those proposals to ensure that they drive heat pumps at the scale needed, but also to protect from some perverse outcomes, for example, around biomass growth and ensuring that energy efficiency schemes really do what they're supposed to do. And finally, just to emphasise again, member states can act in advance of this, and indeed many of them already are. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, we have quite a lot of questions with the colleagues, but we are running a little bit late, and unfortunately, we don't have any questions from the audience, which is a pity. And because Thomas Novak is delayed a little bit with an important meeting in Brussels, we're just going to continue. I see that Thomas just joined, so maybe he can just continue. Thomas, you're good to go. I'm going to skip your presentation just because we don't have time.
Yeah, no, I'm ready to go, if that works for you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Wonderful. So I share my screen as agreed, yeah?
Exactly.
Okay, wonderful. Then, thank you very much. I also had the pleasure to browse through Richard's slides, so thanks for proposing them. And I wanted not to repeat the legal aspect and the benefits for the energy system of heat pumps, but I wanted to show you some examples of why it works. My name is Thomas Novak. I'm the Secretary General of the Heat Pump Association, the European Heat Pump Association. I have a heat pump myself. I'm very happy with it. For now, I think it's my second heat pump. It's my second house that has a heat pump, and all in all, I have 11 years of heat pump experience on my back, of course, not counting my fridge that I'm enjoying for quite a much longer time. Heat pumps for people, that's how you call this, and I think that's a very important point. We want to have heat pumps that are available for everybody. That's why your initiative now comes very timely, because we are building up heat pump production lines, and I do think that in the context of providing jobs, employment, perspective, there is also an opportunity for the area for Bulgaria to build up heat pump capacity, manufacturing capacity, and installation skills. I will not talk about that, but that's very important. We have one member as European Heat Pump Association, that's TESI. Very quickly, does it work? And I'm saying this because just yesterday I heard again, these heat pumps don't work and they don't work in rural areas. And I do think that that in your area of influence, in your region, maybe heat pumps are less prevalent, less understood than other technologies. So I'm trying on you, and then you can maybe use it for other people. The explanation that I have given to a group of 10-year-olds when I gave a presentation about heat pumps. So heat pumps is using two principles, two effects. One is evaporation. It's getting very warm, so you jump into the water, you come out of the water, some wind blows over your skin and you feel cold. The cold is the energy that is taken from your skin that is evaporating the water on your skin. You will see the effect immediately, the skin dries up. And if we were able to collect the water vapor that is just then building up over your skin and would put it into a closed, confined compartment and could then compress it, then we would heat it up. And you can imagine that by people putting into a room, rubbing their shoulders, you create energy. You can also picture it as a bicycle pump where you compress the molecules before you press them into your tire. And if you do this hard enough, and maybe if you have an old bicycle pump that has a metal tip, you can actually burn your finger. So you see that it is possible by taking a certain gas with molecules and compressing them to bring them together and to provide significant amounts of heating. So heat and a pump gives you a heat pump. All of you have a heat pump in your house, in your offices, when you go to a hotel. This is a fridge. So if you look at the backside of your fridge, you see the main aspect of a refrigeration cycle. That's the compressor. You see the heat exchanger. This is these black pipes on the right side. And on the inside of the fridge, that's where evaporation takes place. So you put warm stuff into the fridge. The heat dissipates into the fridge and then is brought into the walls of the fridge where the energy is taken out. And that's why the air in the fridge is cooled down, and the excess heat of that cooling process is discharged at the end of your fridge. So if you have a very good house, a well-insulated house, and a very big fridge, you could actually heat your house with your fridge. Then you need some hot water on top, but then nonetheless, the effect is working. So we have looked at this. And I'm sorry, I forgot to translate that into English. But what you see here is the process. And the main message of this slide is the heat pump is providing heating and cooling at the same time, always. It has a number of benefits on the policy level. Richard has mentioned them: renewable energy, energy efficiency, local employment, demand-side flexibility, cleaner air, but also CO2 emission reduction, which of course is very important in climate change. In the climate change context, and it also contributes to less heat islands because you stop burning stuff and you avoid discharging waste heat into the environment in cities, and that should be actually used much more. Then I have come across a number of development. I have come across a number of arguments where people have said this is really not the right technology. First, people said it doesn't work. Then people said, well, it may be energy efficient, but it's probably not renewable. Then people said, well, it may be renewable and efficient, but it only works in residential buildings. Then we came to convince people that it works in industrial applications. Then people said maybe industrial, but not district heating. And then they said, well, maybe it's suitable, but only for new builds and not for renovation. So you see, there has been a lot of rejection and resistance against the acceptance of heat pump technology, despite the fact that it uses heating and provides heating and cooling at the same time, uses renewable energy, can be driven by photovoltaic. So it can actually be useful to the electric grid, to an electric grid that is characterized by more and more renewable energy sources. And the last thing that we're looking at the moment is that people say, well, it will actually break the electric grids because they're not prepared for that, or they say it's too expensive. And both of these things we are working on in overcoming. Where do we stand in Europe? We are looking at about 17 million heat pumps installed, 70 million heat pumps, including sanitary hot water heat pumps, air-to-air heat pumps, air-to-water heat pumps, and ground-to-water heat pumps, ground-coupled heat pumps. And in 2021, we saw 2.2 million units sold, an increase of 34% in already quite an impressive growth trajectory. But what we have ahead of us is making this actually small, because we have to continue on a 20-25% per year growth trajectory until 2030 to achieve the targets that are necessary to quickly and meaningfully decarbonize the sector. I see a question here, but I would think that maybe we just continue and then put them at the end. Is that the way you want to go? I don't hear any critique, so we do that. If we look at the
as you wish, Thomas.
It's okay.
As you wish, in the order you prefer.
Yeah, I think this is not too long, so maybe we can do. Now I'm I'm confused myself. So if we look at countries, then we see the biggest countries are France, Italy, and Germany. And the Netherlands have actually announced at our last meeting that they want to double their sales, so they would like to be number 3 in Europe. So there is quite some competition between member states on increase of sales. Then sales per households, and that's an interesting one because it shows that despite the fact that France is the biggest market and has been for many years, actually other countries have a much higher market penetration, notably Norway, Finland, and Estonia. So actually countries where it's very cold, and that's a very important graph to prove that heat pumps work in quite adverse climates as the one that I just mentioned. We are looking at, as an association, heat pumps for all types of applications, not the ones for the fridge and the electric vehicle, where they can be used for battery management, but we are covering commercial applications, residential applications, industrial district heating, and we are seeing applications in big buildings. If we include hybrid heat pumps without always mentioning them separately, we can say that heat pumps are available for all types of applications for all buildings as of today. So the technology can be deployed. It's also technology, as I mentioned, that has significant job potential. We see 170 factories across Europe, and we think that this is important because they're quite often located at the end of the world. You have to drive quite far to visit heat pump manufacturers for some very strange reason. And now I come to the main part of what I wanted to leave with you. Heat pumps do work in renovation. You see one example here on the left side. The building that I didn't show is a residential building from 1976. It was renovated, and it was renovated in a cost-efficient manner because in the end, the comfort of the inhabitants and the overall cost went down. Of course, we have to consider that a total cost of ownership perspective is important. If you just compare, and if the investment into a heat pump and the investment into a next gas boiler, it typically does not pay off. But if you take a long-term perspective and you calculate over 20 years, then typically the heat pump is very close to a gas boiler. With the introduction of CO2 prices, it's often actually performing better economically and on an energy efficiency perspective. The house on the right side, likewise, an old water mill in the UK has been replaced with an old coal boiler has been replaced with a heat pump. It works very comfortably for the inhabitants. Here is an example, a waterside holiday home. Likewise, has been the old gas boiler has been replaced with a air-to-water heat pump. I'm just even mentioning the manufacturer because that was part of a sponsoring that they have given to us. It's a split air-to-water heat pump, provides 75% of the cottage's energy from ambient air. Of course, the rest, the remaining 25%, is the electricity that the compressor uses, and that is then actually could be renewable, but it's electricity, and we don't look at where it comes from. Then we have some other ones. You also mentioned affordability is an issue. So social housing has been renovated with heat pumps. And then you can see that, of course, the operator of the social housing has an interest to have it in a most cost-efficient way. This is in Estonia, this is in Latvia, sorry. And they chose heat pumps specifically because they took the total cost of ownership perspective and that this is the best solution for a rather maintenance-free and reliable system in the long run. Here you see 5 social housing buildings, 25 family apartments, and it's a bit of a bigger unit, capacity 38.4 kilowatts, very good efficiency. This is called COP here of 4.0. The refrigerant is a bit outdated, but the project is a bit older. So today you wouldn't build this device anymore with this refrigerant. You have seen before that there are natural refrigerants available. Then we have a single family house in Italy. That's probably not the typical house of a poorer person, but I wanted to say that it's a renovation project, 250 square meters, built in 1972. An old oil boiler was replaced with a new system that looked at heating, domestic water, and even some cooling and dehumidification. And I'm sure that even though we want affordable system for everybody, there's also people that could be front runners that have buildings like this next to a lake in a humid area where the comfort could convince and could be leading also to bring other people on board. Then I go to the Netherlands. We have this again, a building that was renovated. And here what's interesting about that and why I picked it is the combination of heat pumps and solar photovoltaic, because it moves into very, very high self-use factor so that you are not really dependent on the grid anymore. And depending on how big the photovoltaic panels are, it becomes also useful to the electric grid. And then my second last, this is one that I visited personally last year. It's a social housing complex, 145 apartments in 3 tower buildings. They were operated by a social housing company called Together Housing. They use a shared ground loop. And in the main picture in the middle, you see how the heating system looks like per apartment. There's a small heat pump, which is in the bottom. That's why they call it also shoebox heat pump. And then there's a hot water tank on top. And this is put into every apartment one by one by one. So actually the renovation took place while everybody was living in these apartments. The social housing company said to me that they did it because they received some subsidies, but if they had taken a long-term perspective, they had also done it by themselves, even without subsidies, because they like the reliability and the inhabitants that we talked to. They said they have better indoor environmental quality, including more stable heat and hot water supply. And the last slide, district heating is something that I have experienced also in the east of Europe. Maybe the old types that run on steam are not suitable, but here we have a water-based system. The heat pump is located in, if you see in this lower part below here, so in the water, and this is the main machine room, 2 big heat pumps, 2.65 megawatts, and they provide heat pumps to a poorer part of Glasgow. It was deliberately chosen because the governing body, the West Dunbartonshire Council, they wanted to have affordable heating for poorer households, and they choose the heat pump because that gave it to them and made it available. So what next in Bulgaria and in Europe? We need ambition. We need trust by policymakers that heat pumps work. So there is here and there quite some work to do. We have to make the clean heating solution economically the most attractive one, because that will trigger demand and also will bring entrepreneurs to the table. In legislation, we need to make it simple, a priority for heat pumps, and then avoid disruption by revising legislation again and again and again. And we need skills and research and development. Skills both on the installer level, on the planner level, so on a university level and on the engineering level, because we need also people for the factories. And of course, we need entrepreneurs that execute and that build new factories and help to deploy heat pumps faster. Then we need our research and development for better heat pumps. I adapted smart, small, and silent. I think these are the 3 keywords. If it's an air source unit, it should be silent as possible. It should be smart by integrating into the electric grid and providing comfort to the end user that seems effortless. And it should be silent because you don't want to annoy the neighbors. With that, I want to close with one last message. Well, we had this big discussion. Will the electric grids be affected? Yes, they will, but they will not be destroyed. So we have asked a number of utilities and the electric distribution system operators in Brussels, the main head offices, and they have confirmed in writing that they say even 50 million heat pumps in Europe will not create a problem if, and this is the big if we start planning for this scenario today and rebuild the electric system over this decade. Thank you very much, and I hope that was at least a bit insightful. I'm available for a few questions.
Thank you, Thomas. It was really insightful, and I have 2 questions. They're both for Thomas and for Richard, for both of you actually. The first one, it's about the F-gas regulation. Can you tell us, some of you, a little bit about that? Because in Bulgaria, it is a huge problem, and especially I have heard from colleagues that there is existing black market for old gases, and you can buy on the market even R12 or R22 without any problem. So how we can actually regulate this? This is the first question, and maybe I can start with the second question too. It is actually, Thomas, to you. I have seen that there is no data for Bulgaria for heat pump sales, and I have spoken with colleagues because I have worked in heat pump sales a couple of years ago, but there is no reliable data for Bulgaria. And can you tell me why is that?
Oh, the answer to that is we collect the data from our national associations. And for Bulgaria, we only have the manufacturer TESI as our member. And normally, if there's only one important player, then you can't collect data. and we haven't established a connection to the Bulgarian heat pump market so far. So if you have any insight and maybe can connect us to a few players, then we are very happy to help set this up. We have done this in the very distant past with Italy. We have helped the Polish Heat Pump Association to establish, and we are now looking at the Slovenian Heat Pump Association. We have helped in Croatia. So if there is an interest where people say we would like to do it, but we don't have enough resources to build up all the material that we need and so on, our job is also to make information available, and we will provide everything that we have for you to translate, for anybody that wants to translate and to make use of it. And I guess such an association could also have an important role to play when it comes to refrigerants. We know about that black market situation. What can you do? It's market surveillance that has to be established, and that's of course a question of proper governance. And I know that it's not very easy because there's also a lot of money to be made. And as difficult as it was under the American ban of alcohol in the beginning of the century, the last century, it was nearly impossible. So you had all these speakeasy bars where everybody would sell. I mean, you don't make the refrigerants in your basement, but of course, selling them on the black market is a very profitable business. It needs government scrutiny. I have no other words for that.
Okay, and just to continue, we have received one more question. It is from a local journalist in Bulgaria, Raya Lecheva, and she is asking, what is the price for heat pumps for one household? Why we should use heat pumps instead of central heating system for Bulgaria? But maybe you can answer a little bit more generally.
Richard, do you want to talk about your house, maybe?
Yeah, sure. So why heat pumps? To stop using fossil fuels. That's the simple answer. I'm not sure how much indigenous supply of fossil fuel Bulgaria has, but I don't think it's loads. Heat pumps are widely seen as the important option for heating in the future. If we're going to decarbonize energy systems, it just happens that they also do reduce fossil fuel imports at the same time. And so that's the why. In terms of the cost, I think there's a couple of things to say. So you can actually keep your central heating system. If I'm not sure whether you mean a district heating network or a central pipe system within your house. You can, so both of them you can change to heat pumps. So the future for district heating networks is expected to move wholesale towards heat pumps. So like the large heat pump that Thomas showed you in Glasgow in Scotland, that one plugs into a district heating network. And it circulates the heat from the river around that network. In my house, I live in a typical terraced house in the UK. I took out the gas boiler and that heated the radiator system, and I replaced that with an air to water heat pump. So you can keep the pipes. You can keep the pipes in your house. You can keep the pipes in the ground if they're there already. And if you don't want to do that, you can also switch to an air-to-air heat pump, which is basically an air conditioner that can go in backwards. And that doesn't need radiators because it distributes the heat via air. And so that's the only situation where you need to get rid of your pipes. But if you do get rid of your pipes, then you end up in a building with air conditioning as well. And with increasingly warm summers, that's something that I think people will want. And when we look at the Swedish markets, a lot of their early growth actually was people having aircon added because of their hot, sunny summers, and that leading to growth in heat pumps. So there are lots of positives to take away, is what I'm trying to say. But there's an upfront cost and there's a hassle factor. But both of those things, we can manage. I'd echo Thomas that the earlier we start this, the easier. It's the same within buildings as it is with the electricity grids.
Yeah, and if I may add, the question of price is of course always as good as saying, what's the price of a car in Europe? And then you compare a Fiat 500 or a Lada Niva, which is no longer on sale, but it's a great car and very affordable. And then you compare that with a Porsche Taycan and with full specs. And then you range from 10,000 to 180,000 or something like that. And of course, it's not very helpful because then you don't get an answer. let me try something else. If you want to have an air-to-water heat pump, then we know that the production costs in Central European plants are somewhere below 800 euros per kilowatt. So if you want something like a 7 or 8 kilowatt, the one that I've shown you for single-family buildings, then you would have to acknowledge something between or around 5,000 euros, 6,000 euros maybe for the machine. And then you need the installation. And then in Central Europe, it becomes expensive because the installers have high wages. And that's where I see the advantage. If we could meaningfully shift production to the east of Europe, to local, and then deploy local wages and local employment conditions, then we can do the same quality, but at a lower price. And that could actually become also an export opportunity for the rest of Europe. What I can say for my own house, for example, I paid, but it's already 7 years back, I paid 17,000 euros for a 9 kilowatt heat pump and a drilling. Today, you will not get it because the prices got up quite a bit, and that makes it really difficult to explain how much it costs. In the UK, where Richard lives, competition between heat pump installers is much, much higher than in Germany or in Belgium, where I'm at the moment. And that also influences the price. So in a starting market, if you see Bulgaria, we have no data. It's a starting market. Initially, the front runners of the installer trade will try to make a higher profit. And so there is some nice ideas, group purchasing programs, for example, if you could bring a few people together and discuss with an installer company what they could do. Or it's mentioned here in the questions, what about high rises? The example that I gave about Blackburn, this multi-story building, that was done by a contracting company that did the whole plan, and then it was executed out of one hand. So it's really important to use optimization potential along the value chain. I'm very happy to discuss more, because we can't answer that in such a short time as today.
Thank you, Thomas. We have one more question. It is a question from Boriana Boeva from Facebook. She's watching us there, and she's asking us, what is the efficiency of heat pumps, of different types of heat pumps, and what is the lifetime expectancy of heat pumps?
We can answer very quickly. In renovation projects, typically slightly above 3.3, 3.5. In new projects, should be above 4, even with air-to-water heat pumps design. If you build a new building, you can have an air-to-water heat pump that has an efficiency of about 4. And if you take air-to-air units, or what Richard mentioned, these fan coil units, then there might be slight variations, but it should be above 3. And in very good designs, you can go up to 5, 6. Even if you only optimize for heating, you can even achieve 7. I've seen one example where this was really done, but then everything was optimized around the heat pump. And, and sorry, the second question was efficiency and
lifetime expectancy.
Lifetime, we think that air-to-water heat pumps or air-to-water about 18 years, geothermal about 20 years, air-to-air a bit less, depends on also how well you maintain them, because they are exposed to the environment, and they are often designed for cooling. So if, and then we think it's maybe 15 or slightly less. Of course, this is a bit of a bell curve. So you can find a machine that breaks much earlier or much later. Richard, do you have any other insight on that?
Yeah, I just maybe translate the 3 into 300%.
Sorry, yes.
There's a term called coefficient of performance, which basically is around 3, 4, 5, 6, which equates to 300 or 400% efficiency, for example, which means 1 unit of electricity in to 3 units of heat out. So you can't beat the law of physics, but we try and find a simple way of explaining how it works, which is around these efficiency numbers. So my heat pump's getting a measured efficiency of 3.5, so 350% in a retrofit. I've been told by the manufacturer, who's a Swedish manufacturer, that it should last for 20 years. Worth bearing in mind that ground source heat pumps don't have exposed elements, so they should last even longer. They're very, very basic devices. All they are basically is a compressor and a pump, just 2 components. So fewer than gas boilers because there are no valves, and complicated fans. So you could be looking at a long time. The data's not great, to be honest, because we haven't been installing loads of them for a long time. The other thing worth bearing in mind is exposed areas vary too. So if you're next to the sea, your heat pump might not last for as long. Mine is next to the sea, so we'll find out. It's looking fine so far. There's no signs of any corrosion. But I've got this Swedish model that's built to basically, live anywhere it wants to. If you were to go for a cheaper unit, I think it might last for less long. And if you go to the back of a pub or a restaurant and you see the air conditioners on the wall, you can see the ones that have been looked after and you can see the ones that haven't.
Two questions from me. Recently, we did a little research which was focused on the idea to have smart grid-ready systems. So on top of a heat pump, including thermal storage, and eventually even combining this to work with solar PV, because in Bulgaria, we do have short but quite harsh winters. The rest of the winter is usually pretty mild. But even in those days, we very often have plenty of sun. So the PV systems, if given there's one on a building, can be used during the day. And the idea is basically to collect the heat, store it, and use it during the peak times when the system is going to need a lot less electricity. In this respect, and maybe the question is, well, to both of you, do you work on the promotion of heat storage as part of the solution? And after this question, very quickly, if there's any architecture for financing schemes that you like and promote also around Europe, like the best thing that you know as a combination between grants and credits or guarantees that you think is really suitable to take off with the promotion of heat pumps in the region?
For us, first question is yes. We think that heat pumps should become active parts in the grid and should be system integrators. So having photovoltaic plus a storage or photovoltaic that takes into consideration the building core is also a store of heat and also of cooling is essential. We push it in our own advocacy work, and we are convinced that this is one of the breakthrough arguments for heat pumps in the near future, also enabling new business models. And yeah.
Yeah, it's a great point. So we published a paper a few years ago on smart heat, basically. And I think I'd just say that you can use heat pumps flexibly. So we can charge them up in the daytime, and I've got solar PV on my roof, which does my hot water. And basically, it does my hot water for most of the year. I just charge up the hot water tank in the sunniest hours. It's worth bearing in mind that this is a measure that can reduce your imports, but it doesn't eliminate them. And so even on the coldest days, I still have to import electricity to run the heat pump, because the worst days are when it's cloudy and when it's cold, because the solar won't do much. That's fine, because the other part of the puzzle is smart and variable tariffs. These are most popular probably in the UK, actually, compared to other European countries, but they do exist elsewhere, and we've just published a paper on this as well. But it's very possible to charge up your hot water or preheat your house when electricity is cheaper. And that means that you can get significant cost reductions from your heat pump. So as I was saying in my presentation, that there's often a balance between gas and electricity prices. And sometimes it's quite close. What tends to be the case is that if you use a variable tariff, heat pumps will always be cheaper than gas boilers. It's not always the case, but it can significantly drive them down.
Yeah. And to your second question, Gennady, my best shot that I really can only recommend wholeheartedly to everybody is it's the result of a Tipperary Energy Agency project. They have tested for a few years how to renovate buildings, and they have now merged with another body into what is called electric island superhomes. And this is an one-stop shop offering advice, technology support or technology selection support, selection of installers, support in which financing solutions are available, a quality check, and then also the financing itself. And it's all done by one body. I would significantly support the idea of doing something like that in Bulgaria, maybe in target regions, and then to set this up. And I'm also sure that there is support money from the structural funds that would, of course, require some lobbying against your own government to make this available for these purposes.
That sounds like a great suggestion for some folks we need to invite during the next conference edition. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, Richard.
So thanks, Thomas. Thanks, Richard. It was really insightful what you presented. You're good to go if you want. We are going to, of course, if you want to stay, we are going to continue with very interesting presentations. Now it's time for Vladimir Georgievsky from Northern Macedonia. So Vladimir, you're ready to go. We're running a little bit late, so you can just present yourself for 30 seconds and then we'll just start with your presentation.
Hello, Svetoslav. Thank you very much. And hello to everyone who is present at this conference. I will just try to share my screen briefly, and I would kindly ask if you will confirm if everything is okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, perfectly well.
Absolutely.
Okay. So my name is Vladimir Georgievsky, and I'm an assistant professor at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Information Technologies in North Macedonia. And I also work very closely with the International Center for Sustainable Development of Energy, Water, and Environment Systems, so the Macedonian section of this center. My presentation will discuss the feasibility of heating and cooling energy communities with heat pumps and shared photovoltaic generators. So to put it briefly, I think I will try through this presentation to present some glue of all the discussions that went before my presentation and the wonderful presentations of the two previous presenters. So if we talk about the vision of the electricity system as it is today, I hope this is okay. So the electricity system as it is today, we see it as a system which is generally more vertically integrated, given the different electricity producers who centrally generate electricity, transmit it to final consumers through the transmission and distribution system, and this electricity meets the needs of final consumers. So this is how it was done historically. The way we're going with the electricity system in the future is towards a more decentralized electricity system where we will have distributed resources such as electric vehicles, batteries, photovoltaic generators, and among other things, heat pumps that will help couple the electricity or the power sector with the heating sector. By doing so, it will introduce additional flexibility that will help balance the fluctuating or variable electricity generation of renewable energy, but also couple the electricity and the heating systems. However, when we talk about the electricity system and renewable energy, we're generally talking about the needs for electricity demand. Most of the technologies that are introduced and that are hyped are related to electricity. However, as we all know, and as we discussed throughout this conference, heating and decarbonization of heating is the elephant in the room that we should be talking about. Throughout this presentation, I will briefly talk about how we can decarbonize, how we can help decarbonize the heating sector by facilitating community action. So grouping different end consumers that will jointly invest in a certain energy project to meet their own needs. So energy communities are based on open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, where each member participates economically with a certain investment, giving the community and the members in the community autonomy and independence. By doing so, they learn about the different technologies, how they can live more sustainably, and they share this information among themselves, but also with other cooperatives or communities, thereby raising concern for the community. Recently, the European Union has introduced two directives where energy communities are regulated, and the first is the Directive for the Common Rules for the Internal Market for Electricity, and the other is the Directive for the Promotion of Use of Renewable Energy Sources. So I will start to just give a brief introduction about the types of energy communities, or the ways that different citizens and small businesses can group together. The first type is the so-called renewable energy communities, which can deal with electricity, heating, and cooling as long as their members are in close geographical proximity of each other. So let's say in the same neighborhood. The limitation that these types of communities have to meet is their energy source must be based on renewable energy, and they can deal with generation, consumption, distribution, and a plethora of other activities. On the other hand, we have the so-called citizen energy communities, where there is no limitation on the geographical proximity of the members of the community. However, although they can be geographically distributed in different areas, let's say, of the country, they can only deal in the electricity sector, and they can include different electricity sources. But by doing so, they're balancing responsible. So when we say they're balancing responsible, if this type of a citizen energy community is formed, they are responsible for the disbalances they may cause in the electricity system, and they should pay some penalties. The third type of energy communities, which is a subgroup of the renewable energy, is the so-called jointly acting renewable self-consumers. These are types of communities that are formed in the same building, let's say in a multi-apartment residential building, and they can deal with, in any sector, let's say the electricity, heating, and cooling, whereby they use renewable energy, only renewable energy, and they may generate, consume, distribute, store, trade, share, and may be aggregated to provide some flexibility to the rest of the electricity system. And this is the type of energy community that we're mostly going to be discussing today, along with the renewable energy community. So when we're talking about energy communities, we're talking about a few consumers or a group of consumers that are in close geographical proximity of each other, and they may want to jointly invest in a certain project so as to decarbonize their electricity, their heating demand. When we say they want to decarbonize, we also want to stress that this process should be cost efficient. So the challenge that we're going to discuss is this possible through the use of heat pumps coupled with PV generators? So as mentioned in both presentations before me, heat pumps are on the rise, and many of the misconceptions about heat pumps are briefly debunked through a set of graphs such as this one. So we can see that heat pumps work quite well in very cold climates, and countries such as Norway, Sweden, Finland, Estonia are the leaders in this sector. And we can also see that the market of heat pump adoption, such as the one in Netherlands, can increase dramatically over time. So we can see that even when there is little to no experience in the sector, the adoption of heat pumps may rise dramatically, which was also the case in North Macedonia, where there was a line of subsidies given to end consumers, to households, to replace their old and inefficient heating systems with air-to-air heat pumps. And many studies have shown that we can meet a portion of the energy demand for electricity for heating through heat pumps by using renewable energy. This slide was added just before this presentation because I came across this new study where it shows that it is expected that around 42% of space heating will be met by heat pumps in 2050. So this is the renewable space heating projections under the revised Renewable Energy Directive. But is it economically feasible? Well, this is what we set out to assess. We took a typical building from North Macedonia, and I see one of the questions from during the previous presentations is, can you do this in socialist type buildings? So this is one of those types of buildings, which was renovated in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. The building the thermal insulation was improved, but this building is not connected to the district heating system. So the households that live in this multi-apartment building are currently using resistive heating and old electric thermal insulation based accumulation based heaters. The building has 7 apartments, so this is only one entry to the building. It has different parts, but one part of the building has 7 apartments, and it has each household uses electric heating. What we wanted to assess is if it would be cost efficient, and we wanted to see the benefits, if there are any, of replacing the old resistive heaters with inverter heat pumps, so air-to-air heat pumps, and installing a collective PV generator. So a PV generator that would be a joint PV generator on the rooftop of the building, which can generate electricity that is then distributed among all the households of this building. And we created a 3D model, and we simulated the building, and then we analyzed it as a jointly acting renewable self-consumer. So the steps we took was to assess the size of the heat pumps of each household, to design the collective PV system and test the different sizes, because we wanted to see what are the implications of different sizes of PV generators. And then we analyzed the technical, economic, and environmental benefits. So this was part of the work in the Replace project, which is a European project funded by the Horizon 2020 program. And within this project, we created several tools, one of which was this tool, which is here presented in Macedonian, because it is currently only in Macedonian. But this tool generally assesses the economic viability of replacing some old heating system with inverter heat pumps, specifically with inverter heat pumps. And we can see that for a household with 38 meters squared, so let's say a little apartment that uses resistive heating, there are around 69% reduction of energy consumption and about 50% reduction of costs, of energy related costs. And moreover, we also calculated the reductions in emitted CO2 emissions. But the question then becomes, how much should the community invest? There are a few questions that are of interest to final consumers. And these questions are, how much should the community, this group of apartments, invest? How will it affect the energy balance of the building? Will the PV generation be consumed locally, or will it affect the grid? What are the cost savings of the community, and what is the payback period of the investment? And we tested different PV sizes. As here we can see the specific investment costs in euros per kilowatt peak. This is the euros per kilowatt peak, where we can see that for a smaller PV generator, let's say 4.64 kilowatt peak, we have a specific investment of around 1,350 euros per kilowatt peak because of the labor costs and the dominant component of labor. But as we increase the size of the PV generator, the component of labor and other associated costs becomes smaller, and we can see that the specific cost for the PV generator drop below 1,000 euros per kilowatt peak. So these are the specific investment costs for the PV. We took the current market prices for the heat pumps, which were designed using this calculator that I mentioned previously. We can see when we simulate the energy balance of the whole building at an hourly price, considering inside and outside temperature, PV generation at each hour of the year, and so on, we can see that around this, these green bars represent the amount of energy of the PV generator that is locally consumed. So this is the self-consumption rate. We can see that if we install a 4.6 kilowatt peak PV generator, we consume almost all of the energy it produces. And if we double this to around 9 kilowatt peak, we still consume about 70% of all the electricity that the PV generator generates. And the benefit of this is because we're doing this as a community, because this value is much smaller if we do this alone in a single detached house, for instance. And the blue graphs here represent the self-sufficiency rate. So they represent how much the energy imports are reduced from the grid. For this typical building, we can see that for the different sizes of PV generators, the annual savings at the building level are around 2,500 euros. Considering the electricity costs in North Macedonia, this and the fact that this apartment building has only 7 apartments, these are around 300 to 500 euro savings per year per apartment building, which results in a payback period of approximately 5 to 6 years. So this payback period is approximately 5 to 6 years, depending on the size of the PV generator. And we can see that we don't have to go with a very large PV generator. By the way, we modeled the possible PV generator sizes based on the availability of the rooftop itself, because there is a limited space on the rooftop of the building, and we wanted to see how much we can fit in in that rooftop. The financial results, the results from the financial analysis are quite encouraging. We can see positive net present value, and we can see the total investment of the project for the different sizes, including so this is only for the PV generator, and we add the heat pump costs on top of this. One issue that may practically arise is how will the members of this community, so the apartment buildings, distribute the electricity that is jointly generated by their collective PV among them. And within the Replace project, we proposed this virtual net billing method that is published in a peer-reviewed paper in the journal Energy. But in general, what we see is that the community itself has some energy exports. If each member has a portion of the collective PV generator, they individually self-consume a part of this energy, but when they export their excess, another member of the community may import it, thereby they are sharing mutually some of this energy, and this shared energy is the actual benefit from working collectively and grouping together different members in a community. So we can see this through the collective self-consumption. When there is no cooperation, the collective self-consumption of the community of this building is smaller compared to when there is cooperation. And we can see that the benefit of cooperation leads to an increase in the self-consumption rate by about 8 to 12%, which is an 8 to 12% reduction in the electricity costs, solely because they act together as an energy community as opposed to acting individually. So to briefly conclude, there is a new paradigm of the energy system on the rise. We are seeing systems becoming more digital, decentralized, and democratic. Decarbonizing heating will be challenging, but it is economically and technically feasible. We tested this on a multi-apartment building, which is of a socialist structure, which was thermally insulated following the energy efficiency principle first, and then testing slightly advanced concept where the electric heating is replaced by air-to-air heat pumps, and the group of apartments share between themselves the energy generated from a collective generator. So the payback period for this type of project turned out to be about 5 to 6 years, reducing 70% of the energy demand of the building and yielding significant cost savings and improvement of thermal comfort. However, currently in North Macedonia, there is no legislation on energy community and collective self-consumption, which we see as a main barrier, because this should be possible in order for these types of projects to take place, which will not only help install more renewable energy on the rooftops of buildings, but also help couple the heating and the electricity sector and facilitate the integration of heat pumps in multi-apartment buildings. So this is all from my side, and I'm looking forward to any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Vladimir. We haven't received any questions from the participants, so thank you again for your presentation. And we're going to continue with the third panel of the day. We're running a little bit late, so thank you again, Vladimir. It was really interesting. We're going to continue to speak about energy communities on our fourth day of the conference, which is going to be on Thursday. So if you can join, it will be a very informative day. So I think it's going to be beneficial for all of us. So right now, we're just going to continue with the third panel. As I said, we're running a little bit late. We're going to continue with public funded programs focused on energy efficiency, domestic heating, and renewable energy sources. We're going to have 3 speakers in the concluding panel of the day. First, it's Angelina Boneva, and she's going to speak about the sustainable building renovation of the multifamily buildings in Bulgaria. So Angelina, you have the floor right now.
Hello from me. Let me just check if you could hear me.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Very good. And I'll try to also share my screen now. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm really happy to be with you today. And I'll try to, I will not be able to cover all the topics. I guess the public investments will be a large chunk in this sphere. So that's the good news. The instruments that we are planning in the program of the regional ministry, the Regions in Growth program, are at the moment being discussed. So I will not say much details about them. I can only share with you that even at the moment, we have financial instruments for single family buildings. We hear some interest about heating pumps. So we will see in the future whether we will be able to continue with these financial instruments. It will combine with grants, or it will be grants only. But the instruments that I expect to start relatively soon are the 3 project fishes of the Ministry of Regional Development, which I represent today, in the Recovery and Resilience Plan of Bulgaria. So if you don't mind, I'll share very quickly in Bulgarian. I'll speak in English, but the slides are in Bulgarian, so I hope they'll be visible enough for everyone. if you could give me... Yes? Yeah, please give me a sign.
If it is easier for you, you can just switch to Bulgarian. We have interpreters, so it's not a problem.
It's okay for me, but yeah, if there is interpretation, thank you for this, and I'll be faster in Bulgarian, I guess. Can you see the slides? Just give me a sign. And am I switching them? Like when I do this, can you see the change? Okay. Добре, минавам на български. Казвам се Ангелина Бонева и съм изпълняващ длъжността главен директор в Министерството на регионалното развитие по отношение на програмите с европейски фондове.
Of regional development regarding
European
funds programs. What we plan under the National Recovery and Resilience Plan are three specific measures for buildings and for transport. We think that this will contribute greatly to decarbonization. You know that there is a national fund for decarbonization, which will be launched in 2024. I would call these our transit measures to be implemented in 2022 and 2023. First, the energy renovation of the building stock, at least 30% of savings to be stimulated.
Не се ли сменят? Да, добре, ще се опитам така тогава.
Да видим.
Така е по-добре, нали? Добре, не се виждат фулскрин. Добре, извинявам се. Съвсем бързичко. Идеята е да се подобри качеството на живот, качеството на сградите. Пак казвам, като наистина важността от наша гледна точка е на минимума спестявания, които трябва да бъдат направени, като това, което въвеждаме е, че ще трябва да се финансира енергийния одит в началото на проекта и с него да се кандидатства. Последващия енергиен одит може да бъде поет в рамките на проекта. Сигурно сте чували за този милиард. Това е всъщност бюджета на този проектен фиш по плана за възстановяване. Говорим за над 1 милиард и 176 милиона лева без ДДС за подкрепата за устойчивото енергийно обновяване на жилищния сграден фонд. Говорим за връзката на тези инвестиции с две реформи. Първата реформа е създаването на звена на принцип обслужване на едно гише, така наречения One-Stop Shop. И другото е, разбира се, необходимите промени, които следва да бъдат направени. Има две работни групи в Министерството на регионалното развитие в момента да не успеят да свършат работата, която всъщност те финализират, но така, че да влезе в парламента, което ще бъде по-интересната част. Както и да говорим за промени в ЗУТ и в ЗУЕС, които целта е да намалят административната тежест, да улеснят възможностите на етажните собствености да достъпят тези средства. На този етап са включени многофамилни жилищни сгради. Говорим за над 6 от сегашната дефиниция домакинства. Условията, казах вече, трябва да е изготвено техническия паспорт, да е направено енергийното обследване и да се предлага инвестиция, която да доведе до поне 30% спестяване на първична енергия. Планираме инвестиции, които да засегнат разгъната застроена площ над 3,6 милиона квадратни метра в България. Параметрите на финансирането. Знам, че тук има много различни мнения по темата. До март 2023 година предвиждаме 100% грантово финансиране, като обаче, пак казвам, ще трябва собствениците да са достигнали до консенсус и ще трябва да са финансирали със свои средства енергийния одит. След март 2023 година, поетапно, пак казвам, с идеята за транзит към фонда за декарбонизация, Гранта слиза на 80%, изисква се 20% самоучастие или финансов инструмент и във времето смятаме, че това ще може да се нагоди.
And we think that we can adjust
няма
this
да
over
задълбавам,
казахме
вече,
че всички тези инвестиции в плана за възстановяване вървят с реформи, като one-stop shop, като премахване пречките пред инвестициите и собственото участие, улекотяване режима на професионално управление и, разбира се, възможности във времето за сдруженията на собствениците да достъпват банково и друго проектно финансиране. Съпътстващо с жилищните сгради, работим и за нежилищните сгради. Само ще ви кажа, отново 30% е минимума, който искаме да направим първична енергия спестена, но тук вече залагаме и клас А. Така че мисля, че това е добра новина като цяло. Въвеждат се зелени обществени поръчки и всъщност предвиждаме два компонента с около 300 милиона бюджет, малко по-голям, разбира се, за публичния сектор, за такива проекти. Но интересен е втория компонент. Това са сгради в сферата на производството, търговията и услугите. На практика това са нежилищни и непублични сгради. Това е възможност и за частния сектор да участва в озеленяването на сградния фонд. Тук говорим, разбира се, за 50% грант. Така че мисля, че това е. Накратко, накрая само да споделя, че и в момента, разбира се, има инвестиции в зарядни и други начини за зелена мобилност, но и в плана за възстановяване сме планирали около 100 милиона лева за насърчаване в ключовите общини на България на градската мобилност по нов зелен начин. Може да си представите, това са мерки за различни нулевоемисионни превозни средства, включително електрически зарядни станции, информационни системи и други мерки, които общините са предвидени в техните планове за устойчив транспорт. Ще спра до тук, ако има въпроси, съм на линия. Ако не, надявам се във времето, особено след летния сезон, на есен да можем да обявим набор от мерки, както по програмата за регионите 21-27. Тези мерки, които днес чухте, да можем да ги обявим вече и като насоки за кандидатстване, които да бъдат консултирани с гражданския сектор и други заинтересовани. And other stakeholders. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Angelina. A couple of questions here. Let me begin with the first one. Will it be possible for owners associations which represent 6 flats to receive funding? This is a very specific question. I'd like to expand its scope by saying, are there plans for similar funding for single standing
Точно 6 е въпроса, нали? Пак казвам, и към момента от програмата Региони в растеж, чрез посредниците ни с участието на ОББ и ДСК, имаме финансов инструмент в подкрепа на еднофамилни жилищни сгради до 6 домакинства в рамките на 39 града на България. Това е малко проблем, защото наистина част от териториите около градовете, където е логично да има повече къщи, вили и други такива не многофамилни сгради. Точно те попадат извън този инструмент и това е моето обяснение, защо към момента нямаме голям обем усвоени средства. От друга страна, това е изцяло кредитен ресурс. В бъдеще, пак казвам, ще се опитаме да дадем възможност поне за частична възможност за грант, особено когато става въпрос за групи от населението, които които не биха могли да си позволят да разширим територията. Въобще доста неща се обсъждат, но знаете, в крайна сметка ние сме част от една по-глобална картина, която аз се надявам да видим всички, една така наистина един реформен процес, който да включва и дефиницията за енергийна бедност, който да включва и високите изисквания, когато се дава, разбира се, безвъзмездна помощ, за мен е логично тя да бъде или в най-ниския сегмент, там където не могат да се позволят домакинствата, или в най-високия сегмент, когато ще се осигурят наистина много иновативни и високи технологии, високо спестявания с висок клас на самата сграда и нулеви сгради. Така че това мога да кажа. Знам, че има и частни инструменти в момента, но текущи програми. Аз в момента не знам да има за саниране, така да го нарека, както сме свикнали. Националната програма до сега беше така наречена и доколкото знам, там ресурсът е изчерпан, очакват се нови средства от Европа и бюджет. Но финансови инструменти, т.е. кредити,
financial instruments such as loans, banks are available. I can provide you with more information about the contact points. Thank you for your answer. Two more questions. The first one from Angel Kirov, EVN. It concerns the following. Angel says, I have information that renovating heating installations and hot water installations again are outside the scope of the initiative. Do you plan for such measures in the next programs?
За това не включих информация, защото наистина течат вътрешни дебати и консултации на тази тема. Общо взето, знаете, голяма част от експертите са на мнение, че наистина трябва да се включат максимално брой допустими разходи, включително и извън общите части, т.е. за всеки отделен обект. И само тогава можем да говорим за цялостна инвестиция. От друга страна, знаете, пък някой път осигуряването на достъп до конкретни обекти в сградата представлява проблем, когато такъв не е гарантиран, дали по регламент или защото, примерно, живущите са в чужбина и така нататък. Имаме всякакви случаи и за това е толкова трудно всъщност да направим един общ подход. За това моето очакване, ако все пак мога да споделя, аз очаквам да разработим схеми. То всъщност това е предвидено и в фонда за декарбонизация. Да бъдат разработени 8 или 10 модела, като да се прилагат според типовете сгради, според типовете собственици, според типа сдружения, според наистина анализа, който може да дойде по време на преглед на самата конструкция на сградата, откъде биха могли да дойдат по-сериозните спестявания. Така че краткият ми отговор е, че това най-вероятно ще допустим разход, но не непременно с безвъзмездна помощ, така да го кажа. Ще се опитаме да осигурим базов минимум с грант и за останалите мерки да могат със собствениците да се възползват от нисколихвени или безлихвен кредитен ресурс, ако преценят да го правят.
Thank you for this answer. A few more questions came up. I hope that you are able to be with us for 2 or 3 minutes more so that you can answer them. They're not very long. First question, are there plans to change the territorial scope?
Аз лично ще се опитам, но не мога да гарантирам, че това ще стане за сегашния.
Well, I can't guarantee for that
За новия програмен период еднофамилните по-скоро няма да могат да кандидатстват сами за себе си. Те ще трябва да бъдат пакет. Въвеждаме един интегриран подход за инвестициите и ще трябва да се търсят партньорски проекти и доста ще е трудно да бъдат финансирани с грант. Още веднъж подчертавам. Иначе за финансовите инструменти, пак казвам, бориме се от сега да се въведе по-голяма гъвкавост, ако не поне тези, които ще стартират днесен, трябва да могат да дадат много по-голям обхват. 40-те общини е това, което планираме, 40-те градски общини и да няма значение дали е вътре в града, в строителните граници на града или в периферията на града. Така че това мисля, че ще улеснение от това, което сега тече.
Outside areas. One more question. Have you considered zero interest state loans for energy efficiency and renewables?
Да, водили сме такива преговори и това, което се случи е, че има такива за общежитията, за студентските общежития в България. За съжаление, те се явиха конкурент на европейски финансови инструменти, които си имаха и лихва и обезпечение. Така че трябва, пак казвам, цялостната политика трябва да се изчисти, за да няма такива застъпвания, макар че имаме и успешни проекти, като НСА. Имам общежития, направени с европейски финансови инструменти, но не е коректно според мен да има безлихвени държавни в този момент. Тоест, едните ако останат, това е чудесно, трябва да е ясна държавната политика в този случай и да не се дали това ще разшири извън студентските общежития, на този етап по-скоро Министерство на финансите трябва да кажат ние от МРБ бихме
under the remit of the Ministry of Finance. We as a ministry would support such an initiative. One last question from Raya Lecheva, 3 News. We will talk about this topic over the next few days of the conference. Her question is there a single definition of energy poverty adopted by the government that everyone can unite?
Това е реформа, заложена в националния план с срокове, така че към момента има работещ екип, имаме и доклади на Световна банка. Много се надявам България да си изпази ангажимента. Бих казала, че е на финална фаза това, но знаете, всички тези мерки зависят и от изпълнителната и от законодателната власт, така че има предложени варианти на тази дефиниция, но одобрен към момента няма. Това е
certain proposed definitions, but right now there is not one single adopted definition.
Well, thank you very much. We have no further questions. This was a very exhaustive presentation. Now we are going to continue with Lazar Nikolaev. He will give us more information about the Replace project, and he will show us a tool to calculate the efficiency of different heating options. Lazar, you have the floor. Can you hear me? Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to take part in this conference. Can you see my screen? Yes, we can. My name is Lazar Nikolaev.
Sorry, I will switch to English to be easier for most people, including the interpreters probably. I'm here on behalf of the Black Sea Energy Research Center, and I will present you a calculator developed under the Replace project. So this is the contents of the presentation. I will start with the purpose of this calculator.
this is blocking some part of my screen. You can see the slides changing?
Yes, everything is working fine.
Okay. As it's obvious from the name of the calculator, it is aimed at replacing of old heating systems. The main objective is to enable informed decision making by the end consumers when they are considering how to proceed when changing the heating installation. The tool is meant to be easy for them to use it themselves, and one of its objectives also to be independent, so that the results are not affected by some supplier of equipment, supplier of gas, electricity, and so on, because there are a lot of such calculators on the developed by the suppliers, so they are not really independent. This calculator is meant to be used for the residential sector by the consumers themselves, but also by private or public advisors of the end consumers, like representatives of the municipalities or investors, owners, and so on. Then briefly, what is the as I said, it is aimed at the replacement of existing old heating systems, most of which are working on oil, gas, electricity, coal, or wood, to be replaced by new climate-friendly solutions. The tool is adapted for 8 European regions, and it is adapted in terms of language, but also it is adapted in terms of some default values. By default values, we mean prices of energy, of fuels, investment costs for different technologies, levels of subsidies, price of emissions, and so on. So it is suited for each of these 8 regions in 8 different European countries. Here is a list of the inputs to the software. I will not go through them now. The point of this slide is just to emphasize that the users input some very simple information which is completely within their knowledge, like energy consumption, area of the building, number of occupants, and so on. But there is also a possibility for expert mode, this unofficial code. There is a button further adjustments where the users can refine the investment cost, the subsidies, and some other things. I will show them during the demonstration. So this is the link to the tool. I will try to open it now. You can see the browser now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I will make a quick walk through the calculator. I will choose Bulgaria in order to make an example for the region which is participating in the Replace project from Bulgaria, which is the Rooftop mountain region. As I said, the calculator for each of the countries is available in the local language or in English. I will switch now to English. And so this is the first information window, which is to be completed, with some information about the altitude, the size of the heated area of the building, number of occupants. And then there is an option for centralized heat distribution, which is, let's say, a boiler with radiators, or ovens, which are just local sources in each room, let's say. Typically for the region in Bulgaria, they have centralized log wood boilers. So from this drop-down menu, you can see the existing technology for heating. Let's choose log wood boiler. We input some consumption of log wood per year. This is the age of the boiler in this case, or the equipment in any other case. Here you have some other details about the heating system. High temperature radiators in this case for the Rooftop region. Usually the hot water system works in the winter with the heating system. I will not stop on each of these parameters, but they are something which the end user knows. It's very easy to select what is the realistic. This is an option for the climatic conditions if the user knows degree days, for example, which is not the case, but there is a default value. But thanks to these degree days, the software can more precisely calculate the required heating capacity for the building based on the above information. Mainly the energy consumption, or in this case, the wood consumption. In the next step, the user inputs some basic information. For example, is there an option for connection to district heating? In the Rooftop region, there is no such option. Is there access for pellet lorry? Is there storage for wood? And then we go to the result. So the data input in the simple mode is finished. The only thing which can be modified here is the CO2 price. In the case for Bulgaria, this CO2 price for household is 0. But in case somebody wants to define a different scenario, you can see that when I input here a price, the ranking is updated automatically. So since probably this will not stay 0 for much longer, one can check the feasibility of the different systems with or without the price of CO2. So this is a ranking based on the annual costs for the heating system. These costs include the fuel or energy consumption, but also the amortization of the investment, the maintenance costs, and the CO2 if there is such cost. This same information is broken down in these 4 categories. You see, for example, the first bar is for a new pellet boiler. The dark blue is the amortization of investment. This medium dark blue is the maintenance or service cost, and the light blue is the fuel costs per year. Now I will show that, as I mentioned, for each of the technologies, let's go to this pellet boiler. You have additional information when the user clicks on the technology itself. One can see the default investment cost, which is based on the calculated heating capacity, the reduction of the CO2 emissions, the annual cost savings. In the case of pellets, the saving is negative because pellets are much more expensive than log wood. Log wood was the selected existing technology. And finally, there is a qualitative evaluation of the comfort improvement. This stands for the convenience of the users. For example, this means that the automated pellet boiler will require much less manual labor than the manual loading of logwood in the boiler. But this is a qualitative estimation. It is not included in this ranking. And here is the button further adjustments, where with the help of a consultant or with the help of selecting offers, for example, the user or the consultant can refine the size of the investment, the prices of the existing energy source and the new energy source. In this case, this is the price of logwood, the price of pellets, and the service cost for the existing and the new technology. And also for each technology, like we are looking at the pellets boiler now, there is a fact box and there is a lot of information materials for the technology. So if we change, for example, now the price of pellets, all this information will be updated and the pellets will become a little bit more visible. Finally, let's go to the results. So there are 4 tabs of results here. The first one is the annual costs, as we saw earlier, broken down in different categories. You can see that remarkably the cheapest one is the logwood boiler with the lowest capex and also the lowest fuel cost. And the second most visible alternative is the air source heat pump. This is air to water heat pump, where the investment is much bigger, but the energy cost is, let's say, reasonable. The other results which the user can see are similarly broken down, but the total cost for 20 years. The savings, which for some technologies are negative, as I mentioned, for some technologies are positive. This is the fuel or energy savings only. And then the CO2 emissions produced with the different technologies. And once again, one can develop a scenario with or without the price of emissions. And you can see these yellow bars are additional cost for emissions, in this case for electricity for heat pump. So I will now briefly go back to the presentation to show you what conclusions we made using this calculator in the Bulgarian pilot region. As a whole, the results are quite meaningful for the users, and the tool is easy enough to be used even by non-specialists. The tricky step for the tool is precising the investment amount, because the default values cannot cover what part of the existing installation, for example, will be used by the new technology, and or the whole installation will have to be brand new, let's say boilers, piping, radiators, and so on. So we recommend that this estimation is based on real offers, or if not, it can be done with a consultant. One deficiency of the tool is that it is meant to be used with one fuel only, and in several cases in our experience, the people co-fire wood with coal, and it cannot be directly input in the calculator. And the other observation is that this evaluation of the improvement of the comfort or the reduction of manual labor for carrying or loading wood, for example, It is not included in the ranking, so there is a estimation of the comfort improvement, but every user has to consider how important this is for themselves. On a more larger scale, we have to say that for the Bulgarian pilot region, the results are affected by the following specifics. For most municipalities, there are no subsidies or promotions for some part of the investment. The electricity prices are relatively low. We all know that in Bulgaria, the electricity price for households is not market-based. As I mentioned, there is no cost for emissions for households in Bulgaria so far. And also a significant factor is the relatively low price of logwood. Thanks to this last one, in most of the cases we have simulated, logwood is ranked as the most feasible alternative, followed by air-to-water heat pumps, which is also due to the relatively low electricity price for households. So this was briefly from me. You can see the contacts. If you have some interest in using the calculator, here is the web address of the project and the link directly to the calculator. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaza. I have tried yesterday actually the calculator, and it is really informative, especially for the non-professional users. Of course, there are some things that I see that there can be an improvement in this, especially in the comfort level. For me, it's a little bit unclear how you are doing it. But overall, I think that it's really interesting too, and it's going to help the end users to evaluate the different options. We are going to share the link later on our website to the calculator. So there's going to be another opportunity for dissemination of what you are doing. And we don't have any questions currently on this. So we're going to continue with Alexander Mazura from RES Foundation in Serbia. Alexander, we're running a little bit late, I think, in time, so you can just load your presentation and we can start, and then we're going to have a Q&A session at the very end.
Okay, I'm glad that I'm with you today. So regards to all the participants and regards to the organizers, I hope that you can hear me and that you can also see my screen. I'm going to try to go to full screen and to see whether it works. I hope it does. So if there is anything wrong, please let me know so that I can adjust my presentation.
It is working perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sviatoslav. So I will spend a relatively significant portion of my presentation also to present the broader context, because I think this also can be inspiring for the policymaker at the national and the local level. It's not that it's a rocket science or something new, but in my experience, it's pretty frequently overlooked when support schemes are designed, not just in Serbia, but also across the region. Recently, my organization was involved in a project supported by the Austrian government and European Climate Foundation, where we examined the options for accelerated replacement of inefficient wood heating in the Western Balkans. So I'll present some findings first, and then I'll switch to present an emerging support schemes in the Republic of Serbia run by the government with some basic characteristics. So we decided to start with the buildings also when we were discussing the heating, and as also Vladimir mentioned, the energy efficiency principle first is definitely an important principle, but as you will see, it's not always feasible to wait for the deployment of this principle for different reasons. This is the structure of the buildings in Serbia that you can see. I think the most important takeaway is something that is pretty frequently forgotten by the decision makers, at least in the case of Serbia. It's that the share of individual housing, individual households is 2/3 in Serbia, is larger than 2/3. So this is something that is really important to understand when designing the support schemes. The other thing that is also, I would say, pretty frequently overlooked, and I think is really important for the policy making, is that even under very ambitious renovation scenarios, and this renovation scenario that I present here has rates that are even more ambitious than renovation wave rates. Only in 2038, for example, in Serbia, we will achieve more than 50% of renovated space in households in Serbia. So I think these two things, 2/3 of individual households and surpassing 50% threshold of renovated surfaces only in 18 years are really important to remember when we design schemes. What is the takeaway from these two things? I would say that the takeaway is that the high temperature heating is here to stay for at least another 20 years. So this is why we still have to take care about relatively primitive ways of heating, which includes using firewood in individual household heating devices. And this is why we also have to take care and to pay attention to improvement of this particular type of heating, also in the schemes that we design at the national or local level. This is the structure of heating in Serbia. These are Eurostat presentation. The data came from national statistical offices. Meanwhile, Serbia, likewise, the other Western Balkan countries discovered statistically additional biomass. I mean, we who work in this field for a long time, we knew that these data are underestimating the biomass use. So Serbia statistically discovered last year another 1 million tons of oil equivalent based on biomass in its balance. It's huge amount. So the increase year over year in biomass use was almost 40%. So this means that right now biomass for heating is actually predominant way of heating, and it's predominant also in absolute terms. More than 50% of all heat energy comes from biomass. And when we say biomass, we definitely mean fuel wood. This is the case currently in Serbia. It's still also a significant share of cooking is attributed to fuel wood. So these are the things that we need to remember when designing schemes. 40% of Serbian households rely on individual wood or coal stove, but vast majority of it's a wood stove for heating. So no central heating installations in their households are present. What is currently also present, and I think this is really important for the decision makers to understand, is that based on the market data that we collected during the project, in our country, 56,000 of technologically outdated devices are being sold annually. So we are investing in the pastema, as my colleague Stevan likes to say. So 16 million euros are being invested by the households in the devices that are technologically outdated, and they are technologically outdated for many decades. A brief comparison of different efficiency of wood stove devices, ranging from real-life measurements in Serbia, which show the 30% real-life efficiency, and I would say this is very well backed by theoretical understanding of how the device in interaction with the user practices and quality of fuel works. Minimal eco design requirement is twice as high as that. Benchmark eco design value is much higher than that. And also some real-life tests of eco design stoves show that we can have a doubled real-life efficiency if we use an eco design stove in real environment with proper fuel, obviously. So this is always a combination of the fuel quality, user behavior, and efficiency of the stove. But what is achievable with a reasonably skilled user is doubling the efficiency of the existing fleet of the wood stoves. The emissions can go as much as 10 times down, the emissions of particulate matters. Also, some experiments, maybe it's interesting for you to know if you don't know, show that the quality of fuel can significantly influence emissions even in the most modern eco-design compliant devices. So the emissions can vary as much as 10 times depending on the fuel quality. We also calculated levelized cost of heat, but we focused on this particular segment of the market, which is individual heating, because we still think this is the most important segment of the market, in particular for vulnerable population, and this is going to remain so in the decades to come. And it was, predicted even before the ongoing energy crisis and the war in Ukraine. Obviously, this is calculation from 21, so many things change, but I would say that these relative competitive advantages and disadvantages are driven by more solid factors, and they are here to stay. Obviously, the governments always can influence with the price regulation the competitiveness of certain elements. The direct electrical heating in our calculation was based on the price that is penalized for excessive consumption, which is the case in Serbia, where we have a block tariff, which means that you pay more for electricity if you consume more, which is the case in direct electrical heating. Otherwise, it can be obviously more competitive. So eco-design compliant wood stove or cooker seems to be the most competitive choice in the individual heating market segment, followed by air-to-air heat pump. We provided also here decile analysis. These deciles are income deciles and expenditure deciles. And our purpose was to show that if you design your support schemes and if you just talk about energy poverty from the income or expenditure perspective, you will miss a lot. Because if you calculate what actually these people can afford, even in the fifth deciles, you very soon come to the conclusions that the energy that they can afford with the most probable technological portfolio they own is really insufficient for decent life. So the quality of life is definitely affected, even in the higher deciles of consumptions, not just the population that has least resources at disposal for the consumption overall. So the energy poverty that has been mentioned also in the previous presentation is important, but if we just focus on median expenditures, which is the European norm, we are going to miss extremely, and I think we are not going to target properly our clients if we are public officials. And I think this is very valid, very much valid also for Bulgaria, not just for the countries of the Western Balkans. Even before this increase in energy prices, 90% of households in Serbia claimed in the survey of income and living consumption that they are meeting their housing costs either with difficulties or with extreme difficulties. Now it certainly is going to go up, so the share of extreme difficulties will be higher, and probably even 95% of the people will respond that it's difficult for them to meet the costs. This is also important because what is usually quoted is also the share of people who cannot afford the sufficient warmth. And it was going down in Serbia over the years, and it went down to 10%, but this is certainly going to increase this year, and is already increasing, but is not yet captured by the statistical service. Another important thing that is captured by the Silk survey is the question to households whether they can meet unexpected costs out of their budgets. And over 30% of households in Serbia said that they cannot meet unexpected costs in the amount of 110 euros. The methodology says that this includes the borrowing capacity of the household. This is again important for the policy making, I would say, very much, because 50% subsidy, 60% subsidy, 80% subsidy is going to miss those who are most in need. And these are the subsidies that we currently have in place. I don't think this is rather new to anybody, but still this is overlooked, sometimes perhaps for the good reasons. These subsidy schemes don't always target the end-use efficiency. They perhaps also serve as the driver to support the industry. But if we want, and I think there are many reasons that we should want to tackle the energy poverty and inefficiency in the vulnerable strata of population, we really have to understand that these partial subsidies are not going to target these people. They are unable to co-finance more than 10%, some of them, and vast majority of them, they cannot co-finance upfront anything. Maybe some ESCO scheme or on-bill lending could be good way to deal with this, because some of these interventions, many of these interventions are cost effective and they pay for themselves, but these people cannot provide any upfront financing, and this is really important. Now, getting back to the support schemes that have recently been launched in my country, in the Republic of Serbia, in 2021, government actually independently launched two similar but different, to a certain extent, schemes and run by different ministries. So both the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Energy launched different schemes in 2021 and already implemented second rounds in 2022. So the envelope for these two rounds with the Ministry of Environment wasn't that big. It was 2 million euros. And with the Ministry of Energy, it's a bit broader scheme and a bit larger envelope of 10 million. The World Bank is going to support further with the loan, this scheme of the Ministry of Energy, with overall credit support of, I think, 40 million euros, and some other sources of financing are envisaged for this. The relevance, in my opinion, is not just in the volume, but also in the fact that this is for the first time that the government is targeting energy inefficient heating, and I think this is good news. There are many imperfections in the scheme, but we started, and we can improve as we go, and then there are many. I think there is a large space for improvement. The common characteristic of both schemes is that they are implemented via local self-governments. Both schemes require co-financing by the local self-governments and co-financing by the end users. Schemes vary between themselves in the amount of co-financing required. Also, the first and the second round, they are different in terms of the co-financing required. There are many details to the schemes. I'm not going to bother you with the details of the schemes right now, but if anyone is interested in more details of the scheme, we are at your disposal to share with you more details, because we captured also more details, in particular for the scheme of the Ministry of Environment, and already consolidated this detail in a publication in Serbian. And we are also collecting common characteristics, most important characteristics of the scheme run by the Ministry of Energy. So again, both schemes are based on the public calls to the local self-governments. The calls are competitive in a way, but actually in the second call of the Ministry of Energy, I think almost all those who are administratively compliant received support. So I would also say that the budget could be increased if there is a greater demand from the local self-governments. So the local self-governments co-finance with the Ministry of Energy. The case in the first round is that the equal co-financing was required by the local self-governments at the level that matches the level of the central support, and then at least 50% should have come from the end user. There was more flexibility for the local self-governments in the scheme run by the Ministry of Environment in developing criteria for the end users, but also in developing criteria and whether to have a public call for the suppliers or not. So many aspects of the scheme. Just to illustrate these are some of the differences between the schemes in the 6 local self-governments with which we worked in closer cooperation with the support of the Balkan Trust for Democracy and utilizing funds of the Norwegian government. So this is just the first page of the tables that list those documents required by the local self-governments from the end users. So the administration of the scheme, in my opinion, is too complex. And if the funds are to be increased as announced by the government, I would say this is going to create bottlenecks at the level of the local administration, because they are already struggling to manage the schemes. In addition to this, both schemes, independently run by different ministries, are actually targeting the same people in the local self-administration, and it creates burden. They were managing so far, but I would say we need to simplify in a way in order to deliver in a reasonable amount of time the money that is at the disposal within the budgets at this moment. Obviously, it's going to be probably more complex if we are going to tackle immediate security of supply issues or affordability issues this winter, which we probably are going to do. But on the other hand, these people are now much more into the energy efficiency of the residential heating that they were before. So I think this is good news, and that the capacities within the same, obviously, human workforce are higher than they used to be, and that we are better equipped to cope with these extreme challenges we are going to have this winter than we used to be before. Very briefly, I would also like to focus on one particular example that was developed in the municipality of Priboj. This is the municipality at the border with Bosnia. And in this municipality, a portion of fund has been set aside to direct support to the most vulnerable, and the support was implemented in cooperation with the social care center. And actually the local self-government said, we have a budget for this amount of money, which is sufficient for this amount of households to replace the old device with eco-design compliant wood stove, which is being produced in Serbia, close to Bulgarian border, as of last year. So largest regional producer, largest Serbian producer has managed to put into market several types of fuel wood combined devices for heating and cooking, which are eco-design labeled in line with the eco-design requirements that are in force as of 1st January 2022. And this measure was, as I said, developed in conjunction with the social care center. The social care center came up with a list of households. This is sometimes, I would say that some social care centers would be reluctant to do so because you're always open to complaints by different users. But despite being a little bit slippery, I think this is the most efficient way in dealing with the vulnerable population. So it was a single measure, so it was easy to administer. So there was a single type of device available, replacing the existing device. The old device, it was mandatory to give away the old device, and the old device was scrapped. The subsidy was 100% centralized procurement. There was also private donors who participated in the scheme, and social care center was selecting the beneficiaries. So this was one of the examples that I liked most, and I think could be expanded to other municipalities, not just in Serbia, when addressing those who are most in need. Their number is high, so it's not just the social care aspect that is relevant. It's macroeconomic, it's security of energy supply also, because a large shares of population belong to these groups. So let me try to summarize. We have two schemes. It's good that we started. We need to improve targeting. We need to simplify administration in order to be able to deliver more, and we need to deliver more. In our opinion, we have to deal very seriously with individual fuel wood devices for at least a decade. So it's no use in turning a blind eye to this phenomena, not just in Serbia, across the region, I would say also in Bulgaria. Eco-design devices are certainly not the perfect solution because there are still imperfections, but probably the best solution for the years to come. Remember, we are not going to have 50% of the household stock in Serbia renovated in next 2 decades. We are not able to deliver heat pumps to each and every household, which probably would be an ideal solution. And I dare to forecast that this is in an optimistic scenario how we are going to end in some decades to come. But for the time being, we also need to focus on this unpopular measures, and sometimes even without the energy efficiency of the buildings being deployed. This is something we need to work on, even if it doesn't meet all the goals that we would like to have. And I stop here, and if there are any questions right now or later, I would be more than willing to try to answer if I know the answers.
Thanks, Alexander. I'm really glad that you managed to join today. First of all, congratulations, because I think it took a few years more to develop some of the first pilot programs. And I know for how long you've been enthusiastic, because we've been speaking about these programs for ages, even before the ones in Bulgaria were introduced. I'm curious to know more as soon as you have feedback from the first customers that have received these devices. This would be great to have a follow-up presentation in the coming year. Hopefully we'll have the conference again next year, even more expanded than now. And what I can sift out from your presentation is that I think it's yet another confirmation that it's extremely important to focus a little bit more on the efficient use of biomass, because it will be around in our region for quite a while more, and still focus also the efforts for the houses that are ready and more well off to start introducing the heat pumps. So things should simply go in parallel. I would like to point out one thing that you already mentioned, but it's different than the programs that we had in Bulgaria. And this is the competitive angle for municipalities to try to opt for this funding, because in Bulgaria, I think they were more or less pre-selected, also with the ring fencing for the amount of money that was used. And my question that I have for you, and then I see there are some questions in the chat that I'll read out loud, is what do you actually propose to overcome this administrative burden and barriers that have formed? How do you think the bottlenecks can be actually overcome? What could simplify the life and speed up these programs?
Well, thank you for the question, Gennady. It's not so easy to answer, because probably there are different goals to the scheme, and then different preferences also by different municipalities. The first thing in a no-regret measure is definitely peer-to-peer learning and knowledge sharing among all those involved. And I think it already started. I mean, I know it already started in Serbia. Whether it could be more effective than it already is, I don't know. And we were also trying to support gathering those people together, exchanging their experiences, sharing their experiences, what worked well, what didn't work well. And I think this is really helping. Simplification is definitely also another way, but then there is a different appetite for simplification for different reasons. In different local self-governments, generally, the local decision makers are risk-averse. They don't want anything that could be seen as controversial. And this controversial world is really taken like very broadly, seen very broadly. So the risk aversion is extremely high. And then probably, in my opinion, actually, that there are some straight lines that are missed because they are seen also as risky in simplifying. But this is the way it's done. Then also, I would say that there is a lot of verification processes which involve field visits. I think some of it can be skipped. Again, this is associated with a risk aversion, but a random control, I think, is reasonable if it's accomplished by some kind of consequences for those who were not complying with the provisions of the schemes. I think we have Macedonian experience. I don't know whether it has been perhaps shared in some of the panels before, the Skopje replacement scheme and some other replacement scheme, which they involved some kind of a relatively simple, let's call it penalties for those who were not sticking to the rules. So simplification and peer learning, peer exchange definitely are the ways, and the answers are not. The simplification is not simple, so that's an issue. But I would say that we are learning and that we are progressing, and the ministry also has both. The government has to be open to the feedback from the local level. So far, it has been open, but also they don't have a infinite amount of time to collect the feedback. So this is also constrained, but they were also attending our events with the local level, collecting feedback. So I think that there is a learning path in Serbia. I would like to see much faster, but the things are progressing.
We all want to see everything to speed up. Well, thank you for that. I'm also very glad that you have that you are promoting and proposing some of the potential solutions, and I hope that the public authorities will try around that. But, well, we live in a region where the public authorities and the people have specific mistrust about public authorities. Anyhow, we have one question from our colleague Ivailo Kebrau from Zazemiata, who is asking if in Priboj you are actually making some real-life measurements about the emissions coming from these stoves, and how, probably as an addition to this question, how this is yet to be seen.
Okay, I just lost you for a few seconds, but I think I received everything that I needed. So it wasn't embedded from the onset. We are working on it. We will try to have some kind of measurements, even if simplified measurements. Maybe also this is something that is, I would say, missing, is an indoor quality measurement, which is really, really important. And we're not yet there. I hope to be able to share good news that we achieved some agreement with anyone for the either measurements of the stock emissions or indoor quality emissions or both. So if we do anything in this respect, we'll definitely let Zazemiata know.
Thank you, Alexander. We're really looking forward to more information and to follow up about your initiatives.
As we have finished with the last panel of the second day of the conference, just a short reminder of what is to come tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to start at 10 local time, 9 CET in the morning. We're going to have a day dedicated especially at district heating and the decarbonization of district heating. We're going to have 6 very interesting presentations, including what is happening in Vienna, what is happening in Finland, in Helsinki, in the decarbonization of their district heating systems. We're also going to have a very interesting presentation on the role of geothermal energy in district heating. And the highlight of the day, especially for me, is going to be the third panel, where we're going to discuss with experts what are the possibilities for reforming our district heating, making it much more energy efficient, and what are the possibilities to include different renewable energy sources in the district heating mix. So I hope to see you all tomorrow at 10 o'clock local time, when we're going to continue with the third day of our conference. Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.